Rogue Knight by Illuviar. 111th, Chapter 29, Parts 1 and 2. Disclaimer: I do not own Gundam Seed or Star Wars. They belong to their respective copyright owners. This story is not created with commercial aim. I make no money from it. Phase 29, Back to Coruscant. RK equals. Part 1. Medical Wing, Green Site, somewhere in the inner rim. Awareness came slowly, almost like awakening from a deep slumber, and with it, relief? Confusion, too. She felt something was amiss, that she should be doing something, yet she couldn't remember what. The woman tried to open her eyes, yet her eyelids refused to obey. That wasn't right, she thought. The sense of confusion, of that something was wrong, increased. However, that knowledge came slowly, sluggishly. She tried to recall what was happening, where she was, yet her mind drew a blank. She felt a twitch, then a soft fabric scrapping over exposed skin. That light contact made her flinch, bringing even more sensations. Her mind froze, expecting an inevitable explosion of agony that simply couldn't be put in words. The woman waited for the pain she knew was coming, then waited some more, yet the only thing she could feel was the sensation of soft, cool sheets upon her skin. As her awareness expanded and her mind began slowly clearing up, she felt only relief. The agony, her constant companion for what felt like eternity, was strangely absent. It was miraculous, really. Finally, the woman managed to crack an eye open, only to be blinded by soft blue glow. Her eye reflexively closed, and she flinched as a lance of pain stabbed straight into her brain. The only thing that surprised her was that the rest of the molten agony she expected didn't materialize. The pain she actually felt dissipated fast, leaving the woman even more confused, if that was even possible. Whatever was happening came at odds with her sluggish mind's expectations, and that left her grasping for answers. Eventually, the woman dared open an eye once again. The blue light was no less blinding this time around, but at least it was merely irritating instead of agonizing. She dared open her other eye too, and stared at a dull grey ceiling. Nope. That didn't help her figure out what was happening or where she was. In fact, she had trouble remembering who she was. That should have scared her, yet all the woman felt was relief that the pain was gone. RK equals. What's the sentence, Doctor? I asked, and looked at a nearby screen showing Padme Amidala sitting on a hospital bed looking utterly lost. The Duros looked up from the computer terminal he was working on. The chief medical officer of the facility had a sparsely decorated office, which among other things was a testament for the hastily built and temporarily status of the facility he was in charge of. Well, she awoke a few days ago and the preliminary tests are promising. Only minor brain degradation, nothing we can't treat. While she's still weak and it will take some time for her muscles to recover after her coma, that's a short-term problem. However, the doctor shrugged. Mentally, she isn't the same, is she? I asked. We simply have no experience with such cases. The closest thing I've seen was an intelligence agent who had been tortured for information before being recovered. Even then, they weren't in so much pain for such a prolonged period of time. Whatever that thing was. The Duros shuddered. Her brain's pain center was lit up even when she was placed in medical coma, which should have been impossible. Despite everything we could do, she appears to have been at least partially aware too. The Force makes possible equally wonderful and terrible things, Doctor. I've seen much worse, I muttered. Not to mention done. That earned me a dirty look. Thank you for your efforts, Doctor. I'll go talk with her. I'll advise against that. What she needs is rest. Unless she's more mentally disturbed than I fear, that might not be an option. In a few days, her husband will be in front of a military tribunal. She will be called as a witness. Such stress is the last thing my patient needs, the doctor snapped. That would be for Senator Amidala to decide. The Duros glared at me, yet he declined further comment when I headed for Padme's room. RK equals. Senator Amidala, I hoped our next meeting would be under better circumstances. I nodded at the sitting woman. Her room wasn't better decorated than the doctor's office, plain metal walls, a lot of medical equipment, a bed, and that was it. If it wasn't for a data pad, presumably with holonet access, the place could easily be mistaken for either a prison cell, instead a prefabricated hospital room. General. Amidala spoke quietly. She raised her head and looked at me with a pair of haunted eyes. I've been reading about your latest exploits. She waved the data pad at me. About the war and what has been happening to the Republic. It's a depressing topic. You've done all right for yourself, but you're correct. Padme sighed. Congratulations are in order, I hear, Mandalore. How did that come to pass? It's a long story. It wasn't something I planned when the Senate, in their endless wisdom, sent me there to negotiate. Very few would believe that. The senator raised a delicate eyebrow. Nevertheless, it's true. If you want, I'll tell you the whole sordid tale later. You're here to see how sane am I, right? The good doctors can't make up their minds. What you've been through, it changes a person, usually breaks them. Am I? A sad smile appeared on Amidala's face. Broken, I mean. Perhaps I would be surprised if you aren't. What she had been poisoned with, it either killed, broke, or drove people insane, sometimes all of the above. I'm not the same. I didn't need all those tests to tell me that. Will you let that stop you? I asked. Amidala perked up when she heard that particular question. I don't know if I can continue as before. I've never been afraid to die for my ideals, for the good of the Republic and Naboo. Yet this… She looked down at herself and shivered. Dying is easy. Practically everyone manages it in the end. Living, on the other hand, I said. That's the trick, isn't it? I don't know. Amidala sighed. All I want is to go home and get away from this madness, yet I know I won't find reprieve back on Naboo. I'm not sure how much of it you'll recognize when you go home. Naboo has been changing ever since the terror attacks. After you were put out of commission, the changes got even more frantic. I smiled at her. You're an icon back there, though you may not appreciate what is being done in your name. I've read about it, Amidala said in a small voice. What am I supposed to do? We were pacifists. And now your homeworld is busy creating an army and building its own navy. In your name. You don't know how to react. I examined her for a few seconds and smiled, because at least a part of you agrees. Padme slowly nodded. Everything I've believed in, everything I stood for, it's still in here. She tapped her temple. Yet all I could feel right now is fear and fury. You know it, don't you? You can sense my emotions. I simply nodded. Her barely restrained rage was delicious. I think I know what's the right thing to do, what I should strive for. However, all I want is to see the Confederacy pay. Padme snapped with a hiss that resembled a large, furious feline, for what they did to Naboo, to my home, to me. Amidala shuddered and hugged herself. It's natural. Besides, you're going to get what you want. Amidala's head snapped up and she glared at me. You should be aware by now. The Confederacy has proven that they couldn't be trusted to treat with us in good faith. There had been too many atrocities, too much spilled blood for this war to end in anything but a victory for one side or the other, and none of us could afford to be on the losing side. What do you expect me to say? That peace still has a chance, that we should strive to end this bloodshed diplomatically. A part of me still believes that. Amidala paused. Or at least hopes so. But that's not something I can count on. There have been too many betrayals. Padme closed her eyes and grimaced. I can't bring myself to trust anyone who might claim to speak for the Confederacy. Where does that leave us? A very good question coming from the biggest proponent for peace in the Senate. We fight and we win. There is nothing else, and we could do nothing less. Somehow I knew you would say something like that. A tiny smile appeared on Padme's face. You're on your way back to Coruscant to report to the Senate, aren't you? Yep, it's going to be interesting experience. Hell, you mean. I don't think that whoever sent you on your errand to Mandalore expected you to be returning as the Mandalorians' leader. General Del-Katar. What happened with Anakin? What did he do? Padme abruptly changed the topic. I'll tell you all about it on our way to pick him up. He criffed up by the numbers, didn't he? How much of the story I read about in the news is true? Amidala looked at me with hopeful eyes. Most of it, depending on whose version you've seen. Oh, Annie, Padme's tone was drowning in exasperation. Equals RK equals. Part 2. Officer Quarters. Republic Cruiser, Defender, Hyperspace. We were in the flag officer's quarters of the ship, bringing us all back to Coruscant. While the furniture was Spartan, at least there was enough space so we could fit in comfortably. Most of the room was taken up by a table that could be used for either dinning or holding up briefings without issue, thanks to a few built-in, but currently covered terminals and a small holoprojector in the middle. With the exception of a few lockers, a small bar for emergencies only, and a refrigerator holding up MREs and a bit of decent food and the chairs we were sitting in, compartment was bare. In fact, the whole ship still had that new smell to it, a whiff of paint, various oils and metal. It made sense, really. The Defender had been commissioned barely 2 weeks ago and was immediately stationed at Mandalore after the CIS attack. In fact, the cruiser had been in system for just a few hours before I commandeered it, along with some escorts for my trip to the capital. That's a lot to take in, Senator Amidala noted after we filled her in on what has been happening lately, especially some of the juicy details that somehow failed to make it to the galactic news. Our resident Skywalker was sitting across the table from me and holding a cup of steaming tea close to her chest. She looked at Obi-Wan and his wife, then nodded to herself. "Should I presume that Anakin won't be expelled from the Order for marrying me?" Padme asked. "I can't really say. For all I know, I'll be sent away after meeting the Council." Kenobi shrugged. "Their loss," my wife quipped. Bo was sitting to my right, doing her best not to look too bored and failing miserably. "I'm sure we can find you something to do besides my sister." "Bo!" Satine hissed. Obi-Wan groaned and looked my way for help. I just shrugged helplessly. That was one mess I wasn't going to get in the middle of. Besides, watching the sisters snipe at each other was oddly amusing. "I guess married life treats you all right, Obi-Wan." Padme cracked a rare smile. "It's been an interesting and very good experience," Kenobi said diplomatically. Amidala stared at the table wishfully. It didn't take a genius to figure out what she was thinking about, or rather who. We were on our way to pick up Anakin, and he would be heading straight to the Brig. Not something either of the Skywalkers were going to thank me about, but my hands were tied. Offering him anything resembling support in public or where the troops could see wasn't going to do me any favors. In fact, one of the main reasons for our little gathering was to figure out what to do when we arrived on Coruscant. Now that Padme was briefed on the relevant events, we could begin brainstorming. Unfortunately, I was going to be out of my depth this time around. What can we expect on Coruscant? I've seen enough on the holonet to expect a media feeding frenzy. What is Anakin looking at? Padme looked at me. If he's found guilty, it would be either execution or shoving him into a deep dark hole and throwing away the key. Anakin's status as a Jedi makes things more complicated. That's politics for you, Bo added, and thus earning herself a glare from Satine. I shook my head, and this was the sisters being in a cordial relationship. Perhaps. I'm not familiar enough with the Republic's military code of justice to say one way or another. In the end, even if technically politic play no part of it, we can't rely on it. Not with Delcatar becoming Mandalore. Satine nodded my way. That's how it's supposed to work. In theory, at least, only the high-ranking military officers who would make the tribunal would have any say in the outcome. That's a double-edged sword at best. If the panel's made of clone officers, Anakin is in deep trouble. I'm not entirely sure how the tribunal will be selected. I'll be talking with Valentra tomorrow about it, among other things. However, if Anakin gets lucky, every non-clone officer might be influenced by the politics of the situation. I would like to state that this won't be the case, but give how fast the GAR is being built and expanded. I shrugged. In fact, the whole military justice system had to be created almost from scratch in the last year after the Republic suddenly found itself with a brand new army, not to mention fighting a war for its very survival. Anakin's trial was going to be a challenge for a new and largely untested system. If the circumstances were different, I would have written the whole mess as the price of doing business. However, I could still find a use for Anakin, and this trial had the potential to either shove Skywalker in Palpy's clutches or at the very least send him on a dark path that might turn him into even bigger pain in the arse than he currently was. "Can you help Anakin?" Padme asked. "Not officially. He did criff up by the numbers and killed a lot of my people. While I do understand why he did it, no matter how foolish it was, I can't condone his actions. On the other hand, I don't want to see him executed or imprisoned. That would be a waste of talents. However, I'm not sure how much I could help. Because I became Mandalore, my actions would be under tremendous amount of scrutiny. At the very least, I will be a witness on his trial. After all, I was his commanding officer. I'll do my best to push for an arrangement similar to what Windu got. It's another question how successful that would be. I'm not blind. Obi-Wan sighed. I know many in the army resent that Mace Windu got away with what they see as a mere slap on the wrist. I'm afraid that some people might want to make an example of Anakin. Is that true? Padme asked. Even without Windu's stunt, most of the GAR wants Anakin's head. The rank and file see his actions as a betrayal, and most officers consider him at best a very dangerous loose cannon. At worst, just a madman that needs putting down, or at least my feelers in the Navy's rumor mill told me so. That's it. Amidala looked appalled. Well, duh, if he wasn't potentially useful or a ticking time bomb, I would simply leave him to the vultures, though I wasn't dumb enough to say it aloud. After all, if it was anyone else pulling such a stunt, my voice would be among the loudest screaming for Hidhead. Fortunately for Skywalker, I had plans for him. Well, it was unfortunate too. While Anakin is in a lot of very serious trouble, his situation isn't hopeless. Nevertheless, if we're to help him crawl out of the hole he so expertly dug for himself, we'll need to be free to act in his support. That won't be the case if we're all too busy fending off various accusations. How do we approach the media and Senate? I asked. You should talk with Bail Organa and Ben Iblis first. Their help will be invaluable, Padme said after thinking for a bit. On one hand, presenting your action as following your orders to gain Mandalore as an ally might help in the Senate. Amidala paused when the two Mandalorian women in the room glared at her. That's preposterous. Doing so will destroy Del-Qatar's authority among our people. It will paint him in the same vein as Vizsla, just another selfish bastard determined to use us for his own gain. Bo snapped. That's true. Satine supported her sister, perhaps putting an emphasis on your actions being what's actually best for both Mandalore and the Republic. That's the general idea. Persuading people that it's true is another matter. When all was said and done, my reasons for becoming Mandalore were complex, and some of them I couldn't admit aloud without hurting my cause either among the Mandalorians or with the Senate. Perhaps both. Well, we were still few hours out of the site where Skywalker was held, so there was time enough for figuring out something. =RK equals. Medical Wing, Republic Detention Facility, location classified. One moment, Anakin Skywalker was enjoying the lack of the constant nightmares that tormented him for what felt like years. Then he awoke with a start. He instinctively reached for the Force and was relieved to feel her soothing presence. A wave of energy passed through his body, rejuvenating his muscles and chasing away the last traces of sedative in his system. The Jedi half expected that this was another odd variation of his nightmares, when the presence of a few familiar signatures in the Force made him pause. He jumped up and nearly fell off the hard metal bed he had been laying on. Only thanks to the large amount of Force energy he was pulling into himself prevented him from suffering ever a greater attack of vertigo and planting his face into the floor. Still he staggered and had to grasp the side of the bed with his artificial hand to keep his balance. Anakin shook his head in an attempt to chase the dizzies away and looked around. The room was familiar. He had been in more than enough medbays to recognize a lot of the equipment. Besides, the place felt like the prefab buildings preferred by the GAR. With the exception of the equipment and a pair of beds, the room was empty. Anakin frowned and searched his feelings. He was sure that Obi-Wan was nearby. He got off the table and winced when his unsteady legs were barely able to support his weight. For a moment, Anakin idly wondered how long he had been out and what exactly did he do this time to land himself in medical. His thoughts were interrupted when the single door opened and Padme strode in. Anakin froze at the sight of his wife, and he remembered. She had been poisoned and… He winced. At least Padme looked fine. No, she didn't. Her eyes were tired, haunted. Because he was still deeply connected with the Force, Skywalker had no trouble feeling the echoes of pain and suffering upon her. That froze him in place as he stared at his wife in shock. Because of that, what followed caught him completely off guard. Padme strode until she was standing just in front of Anakin and studied him for a few seconds. "I'm glad you're alive, Anakin," Padme muttered softly. Then her right hand snapped up and slapped him hard. That was too much for his weakened legs, and Skywalker found himself landing on his ass. He stared dumbly at his wife, who simply huffed, turned around and strode out of the room. A moment later, Vale came in and snorted when he saw him. "Boy, you criffed up by the numbers this time. So much it's not even funny." The general shook his head in disappointment. A squad of clones marched after the Sith. Their leader, a commander, stood at attention and began speaking. "General Anakin Skywalker, you're under arrest." Anakin looked between Vale and the clones in confusion. He was sure this was indeed just another particularly cruel nightmare. 112th Chapter 29, Part 3. Phase 29, Back to Coruscant, =RK equals. Part 3, Confederate Military Headquarters, Raxilon City, Raxus, Outer Rim Territories. Admiral Trench strode briskly through the well-lit corridors in the heart of the Confederacy military. Behind him trailed a handful of aides and an escort of commando droids, though he paid them no attention. Instead, his eyes darted to the faces of the officers and enlisted he passed by as he advanced through the halls. All of them looked determined and quite busy. The Harch hadn't seen the place be such a hive of activity ever since the first days of the war, when the First Republic attack on Geonosis and the debut of the GAR caught the Confederate military flat-footed. There had been no indications that the Republic had been building massive fleets, certainly nothing big enough to even slow down the Confederacy's military. That belief persisted up until most offensives against the Loyalists ground to a halt as the full strength of the GR was unveiled. That was an unpleasant surprise and possibly the greatest intelligence failure in millennia. At least that's what Trench used to believe. If the various wild rumors he heard ever since Count Dooku was imprisoned a few weeks ago were at least partially true, the truth was much more sinister. The Admiral had the nagging feeling that he would be finding out soon. Trench stopped in front of a heavily guarded checkpoint that led to one of the most secure rooms in the whole system. "Only you can go on, Admiral. Your aides and escort can wait over there." A young-looking human captain stated from behind a sheet of transparent metal and pointed at the single door on the left wall of the corridor. Behind the man, Trench could see 6 deployed destroyer droids and what had to be at least a platoon of commando droids armed with various heavy weapons. "That's all right, Captain. Wait there." Trench ordered his retinue. "Sir, please step forward and wait for a security scan." The captain continued. The Admiral obeyed and did as instructed. At least 4 distinct scanners bathed him in light and probably every detection method known to the Confederacy's scientists. Trench's hairs stood up under the onslaught and he felt phantom pains in the left side of his body as his extensive cybernetics were thoroughly scanned. "You're clear to proceed, sir. Down the corridor, then left." The captain saluted and pressed a button out of sight. The transparent wall cutting the corridor in two retracted, and Trench's sensitive ears could hear the telltale sound of a force field shutting down. The Harch was glad that whoever was in charge these days took security reasonably serious, though it was probably too late if the rumors about the CIS being heavily infiltrated by Sith agents working for either the Republic, their own gain, or another, unknown party were true. Couple of minutes later, Trench reached the end of another corridor where a single heavily armored door waited for him. It was currently opened and guarded by a squad of tall humanoids in heavy armor. "This way, sir." Their apparent leader, a major, nodded towards the door. Trench exchanged salutes with the more junior officer and entered the guarded room. Inside, he found out a group of admirals and generals waiting for him along with a single civilian. They were seated around a long wooden table with Trest Ilroth, the new Neimoidian leader, sitting at its head. "Thank you, Major. You can seal the door. We are not to be disturbed," Ilroth ordered. "Yes, sir." "Admiral Trench, please get yourself a refreshment and sit down." The Neimoidian spoke pleasantly. "I trust we all know each other, or are introductions in order? The Harch looked at the gathered beings. Ilroth was flanked by Duaningo on his right and a pair of other Neimoidians to the left. One was Commander Voros Argaia, who had taken over Newt Gunray's military responsibilities after the Viceroy got himself captured and killed during a following botched rescue attempt. Next him sat a very large Neimoidian, who looked quite ridiculous in a very flamboyant version of his people's drab military uniform with those frills along his arms. Trench's eyes blinked in sync at the strange sight. A short, brown-haired human sat next to the Neimoidians, and he couldn't look more different than the richly adorned being to his right. It took Trench a few moments to place the face to a name. That was Admiral Kirst, notable for his success commanding the experimental battleship Suncrusher. The last he heard of the human admiral, the man had been busy laying down a trap for a Jedi strike team that never came calling. There were also reports that something had went wrong and Kirst had perished along with his flagship, but obviously he was quite well and alive. Across that trio, next to Ningo, sat a blonde human with shoulder-length hair and short beard, and a moon male who was busy reading from a datapad. Trench had no problem recognizing Admiral Pors Tonith. The moon was a scion of a very wealthy and influential family who were big in the banking clan among other things. Tonith was famous for going from a successful financier to a reasonable, competent military officer. He was one of the better tacticians available to the Confederacy, though his presence was surprising. Trench knew that the Moon Admiral was a big fan of Count Dooku, and considering that the latter was imprisoned for betraying the Confederacy, well, Tonith's presence was certainly interesting. "I'm afraid I'm not familiar with everyone here," Trench stated aloud while looking around the conference room. There was a well-stocked bar to the left, a lot of hand-carved wood paneling along the walls, and that was it as far as furnishing went. The room was mostly empty, so there could be less places to stash a bug, he guessed. Then introductions are in order. I'm Trest Ilroth, the Viceroy of the Trade Federation, and more importantly, a member of the Confederate Council. The Neimoidian waved at the Sulustan to his right, and soon enough everyone was introducing themselves, while Trench went to get himself a drink. He had a feeling that this was going to be a long meeting. "I'm General Atticus Farstar." The blonde human introduced himself. Trench frowned. The name didn't ring a bell, and he did try to keep up with every high-ranking officer of note. The same went for Loch Durd, the obese Neimoidian, who was a general too. Perhaps they were newly promoted and he still hadn't heard about them. Trench grabbed a glass and a bottle of his favorite poison and sat next to the moon. "Now that we're all here and the room is secure, let's us clean up the air first. I'm sure you've all heard a lot of wild rumors about what happened lately. Unfortunately, some of them are true. A few weeks ago, Count Dooku was arrested for treason. The reason for that is simple. The Confederate Council received certain evidence showing that the Sith were behind the terror attacks on Naboo and the botched-up mess that was the hostage crisis on Coruscant, not to mention the bioweapon attacks as part of those debacles. Further, and certain members of Parliament were implicated in the slave operations on Ryloth, which were of no strategic benefit to the Confederacy as a whole and in fact harmed our standing as far as the rest of the galaxy is concerned." Ilroth spoke sadly. The Neimoidian studied the gathered officers for a few moments, then continued, "What I'm about to tell you doesn't leave this room until you're cleared to share the information. Some of you might be aware that my species shares a limited form of hive mind. Because of that, after Newt Gunray's death, I received certain information that came in the form of some of my predecessors' memories. I believe you would find it enlightening." Well, that certainly got Trench's attention. "The reason why the Council decided to call you here and to share the information in question is because you're the best military officers we have, and you need to know it." Ilroth took a deep breath. This whole war has been a farce. The Neimoidian grimaced. Trench could agree, at least in part. While the very existence of the GAR came as a nasty shock, it simply wasn't numerous enough to stop the Confederacy if it wasn't for a series of nasty blunders in the opening months of the war. That, combined with the Republic's knack to place the right people, usually Jedi, at the right place when it was absolutely critical, explained at least in part why the war wasn't won yet. However, the Harch now suspected that there was more to it. Dooku, who more than anyone else brought the Confederacy together, did so only to betray us. That was his plan. He is a Sith. The Count and his master had been pulling the strings of this war to achieve their own goals, and we believe they don't align with what's best for the Confederacy. The reason why I and the rest of the Council are sure of it is simple. Dooku's master is no other than Chancellor Sheev Palpatine. Ilroth dropped the bomb. For a moment, Trench thought that the Nymoedian had lost it. By the brief exclamations or shocked expressions he saw from the other officers before they could school their faces in neutral masks. They got the news cold just as he did. I found it hard to believe too, but Gunry's memories were enough that I brought my suspicions to certain members of the Council. To my surprise, Sandhill was aware that Dooku was a Sith, and he had an unknown master. It appears that the banking clans had been working with the Sith for a long time. What he didn't know was who Dooku worked for. Ilroth smiled grimly. I don't think that I need to spell you the implications. So it's to be the Sith Empire reborn, Admiral Nindo muttered, breaking the silence that fell after Ilroth's words. That has to be. Palpatine is using this war to gain absolute power, and turning the Republic into Empire with him in charge has to be his endgame. It's what the Sith always wanted, isn't it? Just this time, they decided to be subtle about it, instead of invading the Republic from outside. Everyone stared at the Sulastan. His theory did make sense, though Trench wasn't convinced that it was true, or at least the only thing the Sith were after. He simply lacked enough information about their motives to make an informed decision. On the other hand, he groaned. The war being a performance orchestrated by the Sith actually made sense. It explained a lot of things Trench himself had been wondering about. Both Palpatine and Dooku, as the leaders of their respective sides, would have had close to perfect intelligence when working together. They would know how to ensure the war went for as long as they needed without a victor, and would be in a unique position to choose who won and who lost. Trench closed his eyes and spoke quietly. Every time our intelligence was spot on, every time we wasted forces on strategically insignificant places and lost momentum, every time the GAR was in position to stop us when we might have come closer to ending the war once and for all. That's our conclusion, Ilroth nodded. It's why you're all here. The sad truth is that we can't really use our knowledge. We were played expertly. Right now, the Confederacy has no credibility left. Even if we had proof that couldn't be refuted, no one in the Republic would believe us that Palpatine is the Sith responsible for the war. Even worse, now that we know, we don't dare even attempt to find a peaceful solution. It won't end well, as long as either Palpatine or another Sith controls the Republic. We now know about 3 of them, the Chancellor, Dooku, and their new general, Delcatar Vale. It's anyone's guess how many other Sith wait in the shadows. I find this hard to believe. For the longest time, Count Dooku has been someone I looked up to. Admiral Tonith spoke carefully. However, I'm not blind. Chairman Sandhill asked me to carefully review the major strategic decision that the Confederacy military did since the start of the war in preparation for this meeting. I can't deny that we should have been able to win the war months ago. Instead, too much time and a great amount of combat strength had been wasted on objectives that were of no consequence. In hindsight, it makes sense that we were betrayed. Either that or Count Dooku was blind to what happened, and whatever you say about the man, he was too competent to let such blunders continue. The moon looked down. His tall face appeared to be carved out of durasteel as he tried to get to grips with the fact that the man he saw as a mentor betrayed him and the Confederacy. I'm aware of some questionable decisions. Unfortunately, I haven't had the time to look at the big picture and how it was influenced by such blunder, Trench added. All of you will have access to whatever data you need after this meeting. Ilroth continued. The reason you're here is simple. We can't go on in the same way if we're to not only survive this war, but to win. Our military has been infiltrated by both Sith and probably all too many Republic agents. Some of our officers should have never gotten their commands, because it's obvious they criffed up by the numbers in the field again and again, yet they weren't removed. Ilroth snarled. That ends now. You're here to reforge the Confederacy's war machine, overhaul our command structure, and find a way to win the war. While an approval from the Council will be required, you will be the ones deciding the strategy for winning the war. Yep, this was going to be one long meeting, and he might actually enjoy it. 113th Chapter 29, Parts 4 and 5. Phase 29, Back to Coruscant. RK equals. Part 4, Brigadier Republic Cruiser, Defender. Hyperspace en route to Coruscant. Anakin paced in the small cell he had been shoved in. He couldn't help it but feel like a caged animal, and the worst thing was that getting out would be oh so easy. There were just a handful of guards, regular clones that were stationed at the Brig as a SOP. A part of Skywalker felt insulted that there weren't more people to keep him contained. However, once he stopped for a moment to think, it made sense. The guards were little more than a formality, really. If he decided to let himself out, the clones wouldn't be the ones to worry about. It was Obi-Wan and Vale who were on board. Skywalker glowered at the force field shimmering in front of the metal door of his cell. Even those two were an afterthought, really. What kept him in, angry and confused, was Padme. Anakin remembered feeling her relief when she saw him after he awoke. Unfortunately, he acutely remembered sensing her fury and disappointment, both aimed solely on him. It was as if she didn't understand or care that everything he did was to help her. After all, Padme was the most important thing for him in the whole galaxy. Yet, despite everything he did for her sake, everything he sacrificed, Anakin couldn't help it but feel a tiny amount of doubt. A tiny part of him whispered that he was losing her. Worse, there was something deeper, darker, that insisted Padme had betrayed him because she didn't support his attempt to help her. So Anakin paced in his cell and brooded, thinking dark thoughts. His heart was torn between joy and relief that Padme was all right, which clashed with embers of anger aimed at everyone. Skywalker's dark thoughts were interrupted when he sensed a familiar presence nearby. Sure enough, the force field winked out and the door slid open, revealing Obi-Wan. The older Jedi looked grim. "Anakin, it's good to see you in one piece." "I'm not sure I can say the same from where I'm standing," Skywalker grumbled. "Can someone explain to me what the criff is happening?" Anakin's composure shattered. Kenobi looked at his former apprentice with mixed feeling. "Anakin, surely you knew there would be consequences. Nor being a Jedi, neither your rank as a general can cover up what you did. They in fact make your position that much worse." "I had no choice," Skywalker snapped. "It was happening again. I needed your help. Yours and Vale's, yet you were going to let Padme die or go insane. I'm not sure I recognize my own wife any longer, and that's on you." Anakin pointed at his mentor. "Again?" "Ah." Kenobi sighed and closed his eyes. "Ah, did you forget about my mother? I needed help then too, and instead I had to go there myself, only to hold her as she died." Anakin shouted. "I wasn't going to risk losing Padme too. I simply can't lose her." "Anakin, I understand," Obi-Wan said quietly. "You all—" Skywalker stopped mid-rant. His mouth opened, then closed with a click, and he stared at his former master. "What?" Anakin asked, feeling confused. His building anger deflated and was replaced by befuddlement. "I said I understand. I might be unable to condone your actions. You did go rogue, and that's putting it mildly, not to mention all the men whose death you caused and the ships you destroyed. But I understand why you did it." "That's—" Anakin shook his head and stared at Obi-Wan. Skywalker was unsure what he was expecting. Disappointment, berating, a lecture, another betrayal. One thing was certain, this wasn't it. Being married changes a man's outlook of life. His priorities shift, Obi-Wan continued. "And how would you know that?" Anakin frowned. "I got married, of course." Kenobi gave him one of his patented long-suffering look. Anakin actually chuckled at that statement before it dawned to him that Obi-Wan was serious. "Wait, what? Married? You?" Skywalker blurred out before he could think about it. "Yes, mister, I know, it's such a shock," Kenobi deadpanned. "How long was I out?" "Years?" Anakin looked suspiciously at Obi-Wan. The other Jedi didn't really look any older than the last time they met. "Ha ha. Very funny. Anakin, I had some time to think lately. If I was in your position—" Obi-Wan sighed. I wish I could say I would have thought clearly, that I wouldn't have put Satine's life as more important than the thousands under my command. Most of the time I believe that. Yet ... Kenobi trailed off. Obi-Wan had Anakin's undivided attention. Yet, he prompted after Kenobi didn't immediately continue voicing his thoughts. Some things happened that convinced me things aren't that clean-cut, that they could never be simple or obvious when emotions are involved. Obi-Wan chuckled sadly. I think you've noticed, but we Jedi aren't very good with handling emotions. I don't remember being taught how to handle emotions. Clear your mind and so forth, more like ignore them and pretend that they didn't exist. That didn't work for me. I could see that now. I'm sorry I was blind before. I'm sorry I didn't listen. That I didn't took you to visit your mother when you first began having visions of her death. Obi-Wan spoke sincerely. Anakin glared at his mentor. He wanted to hate Kenobi, to scream at him and blame everything on his shoulders. After all, Obi-Wan was conveniently right here in front of him. However, in the end, it wasn't Kenobi the only one to blame. In fact, Obi-Wan wasn't on Coruscant at the end, when there was still time to reach Shmi when she could be saved. It was Yoda who told Anakin that he should basically cut his emotional ties with his mother and write her off even if the ancient Jedi didn't use those exact words. Anakin, I know that I failed you as your Jedi Master. I can make excuses as to why, and some would even be true. Obi-Wan smiled sadly. Doing so would change nothing. Perhaps. Yet I don't remember other Jedi clamoring for the job. In fact, I remember quite vividly that Yoda and the rest of the Council were opposed to my training. Anakin shrugged. Who is to know what would have happened if things have gone another way? For all we know, I might have ended a slave back on Tatooine. The Force knows, left on my own devices, I would have gone back for my mother, and as a kid. I can't see it ending well. I've thought about it. Believing that I could have saved my mother as anything less than a Jedi is a wishful thinking. Who else was going to give me the training I would have needed? Anakin took a deep breath. Yet, you see, Obi-Wan, that makes what happened even worse. Do you know that as a kid I practically worshipped you and Qui-Gon? When you came to Tatooine and got me away, you seemed bigger than life. We've heard tall tales about the Jedi even on that dust ball. A small smile appeared on Anakin's face. By now you should know that the tales are far from the truth. I know that now. However, you and Qui-Gon not only lived up to them, but make the stories look pale in comparison. You brought me along to save a queen and win a war. Then I became a Padawan, and everything was right in the world. For a time anyway. A harsh bark of laughter escaped Anakin's lips. I believe in you. Not only you in particular, Obi-Wan, but in the Jedi as a whole. I wanted the stories to be true, for the Jedi to be the knights in shining armor protecting the Republic. And so I was willfully blind for some things. That we couldn't save everyone. That sometimes we wouldn't even try for reasons you could never call good enough. Obi-Wan added quietly. You know, if it wasn't for Padme's love and support, I don't know what I would have done after my mother died. I was in a dark place then, and a part of me never left it. I simply didn't have time to deal with that. There's a wear on, as you very well know. And we never knew. Obi-Wan groaned. Well, I had incentive to hide, to present myself as good a Jedi as I could. After all, I didn't want the Council digging up into my affairs and figuring out that I married just after the battle for Geonosis. And now, Anakin shook his head. How is the Council going to react to my marriage with Padme? What about yours? And who is this Satine of you married, Obi-Wan? Considering what happened lately, you being married to Senator Amidala won't be the Council's primary concern, and you should be glad for it. Or not. They might decide to go after you to make an example of us. You are a Council member. Anakin looked speculatively at his teacher. That only makes it worse. Anakin, I married Duchess Satine Kryze, and at the time she was the leader of the Mandalorian government. Well, congratulations. Wait, she's a Mandalorian, right? In order to marry one of them? Anakin's eyes widened. Yeah. Obi-Wan rubbed the back of his head. I should introduce myself properly. Obi-Wan Kenobi, clan leader of Clan Kenobi, and a brand new Mandalorian. If I'll be a Jedi for much longer, well, the jury is still out on that. You've been busy. You don't know the half of it. Fill me in then. It's mighty boring in here. How long am I going to be in this criffing cell anyway? Anakin, things don't look too good right now. Obi-Wan frowned. I knew there would be consequences, but I didn't care if there was any chance I could help Padme. In how much trouble am I? Skywalker asked. A whole heap. Anakin, you'll be facing a military tribunal. If found guilty, you'll be looking at either a long prison sentence or death. Kenobi told the truth. What? Anakin stared numbly at the other Jedi. Vale will be trying to get you a better outcome, however, there is always a but coming. Skywalker was still trying to process what Obi-Wan was telling him. Being stuck in prison for the Force only knows how long. Execution. Anakin, there isn't a good way to say this. The rank and file knows exactly what you did. Your actions nearly cost us the battle for Geonosis, and if we had lost there, the Republic would have been in dire straits. A major defeat in space there might have lost us the war. What are you saying, Obi-Wan? You're kinda scaring me right now. Almost every enlisted and officer in both the Army and Navy wants your head on a silver platter. Officially, Vale has no choice but to condemn your actions. While he doesn't want to see you wasting in prison, much less executed, there isn't too much he could do. Some things happened while you were out that might keep him too busy defending his own actions and dealing with the Senate to help you as much as he wants. I believe an explanation is in order, Obi-Wan. They can't execute me, right? For the first time since ending up in the cell, Anakin felt afraid. Not just because of the prospect of being executed, but because he sensed that what was happening might be the first steps that led to the nightmares he dreamed of. =RK=. An hour or so later, Anakin was left alone to eat lunch, just a standard MRE given him by the guards. Obi-Wan's visit gave him a lot of food for thought, and he was still processing all he learned while absent-mindedly pocking the meal in his hand. Kenobi's news left Skywalker even more confused and not a little angry. Afraid too, not for himself but for Padme. While Anakin had met his wife only that one time since awakening and couldn't really judge how well she was, his master was clear. There were mental scars left on her from the ordeal she suffered. He should be with Padme instead, tuck in the cell, damn it. Anakin closed his eyes and leaned back in the small bed. When all was said and done, he had to wonder why he fought. For what reason he fought. A part of him wanted to simply get out, grab Padme and run far away from both the Republic and the Confederacy, from the madness of the war. If he, Skywalker, had to be honest to himself, more often than not he fought because it was fun and because it was expected of him. Once, not too long ago, he would have said that he did it for the Republic, for the Jedi. Yet that would have been mostly a rote response. Oh, he believed it, in part at least. However, now that he thought about it, the Jedi as an organization had lost his respect when they left his mother to die and didn't care. The Republic? What was it to him? Was it home? Anakin frowned. There certainly were people in the Republic he liked. Some he would call friends, many others he didn't know but had helped again and again without a second thought. He would do that itself, but now that he thought about it, Anakin, he couldn't remember a single mission he had been before the war began, where he helped people because it was good for the Republic. He helped them because it was the right thing, because they needed help. The Republic itself. Anakin's frown deepened. He wasn't sure he cared for it one way or another. Oh, it was much better than the Confederacy and worth fighting for, even if it was just to ensure that the CIS didn't win. But in the end, that was it. Anakin huffed. Perhaps this was something he should have thought about a long time ago, instead of simply moving along with the current and doing things simply because they were expected. That led him to thinking about the Order. He wouldn't be surprised if they either kicked him out along of Kenobi or make him choose between them and Padme. As if there would ever be a contest. Nevertheless, that train of thought led him to a strange place. Would it be too bad if he was expelled? Why did he need the Jedi Order? It wasn't like Anakin would stop doing what he thought right, even if he wasn't member. Well, there was a tiny bit of a problem with that idea. He didn't even own the shirt on his back. It was either Jedi or Gar property. In fact, now that he thought about it, Anakin actually had more possession that he owned that were his when he was a slave back on Tatooine, and wasn't that a sobering thought? It wasn't like it had been an issue before or he care. Ever since now he had what he needed, and that was enough. Nevertheless, the prospect of being out of the order with only the clothes on his back, he presumed that they would let him keep at least them, was daunting, possibly irrelevant if he ended spending a large chunk of his life in prison. Anakin glared at the wall in front of him. He simply didn't know what he would do if he was found guilty and either sentenced to death or a long prison term. Go on the run? Would Padme follow him? Could he justify endangering her if she did? Padme? She said she was glad that he was alive, yet his wife was disappointed of him. Did she know exactly what he did to help her? Well, probably Padme knew even better than him. Even now, Anakin didn't know how many of the 501st didn't make it, not to mention the Navy personnel. Skywalker frowned. He hadn't asked, even about Rex, and he considered the man a friend. Anakin hoped that the commander was all right, though he didn't dare think how Rex would think of him. A pang of guilt wormed its way into Skywalker's heart. The 501st were his men, his command. He had been with them for months, and Anakin knew that they would have followed him straight to the deepest of the 9 Corellian hells. Somehow, he didn't think that would be the case now. =RK equals. Part 5. Brigadier Republic Cruiser Defender. Hyperspace en route to Coruscant. It wasn't until shortly before our arrival at Coruscant that I went to visit Skywalker. I spent most of the journey either brainstorming with the Kenobis and my wife, or catching up a bit of alone time with Bo while we still had a bit of peace and quiet. I actually expected that both Obi-Wan and Padme will be visiting Anakin, but as it turned out, Amidala wasn't too keen on seeing her husband once she was sure he was physically all right. Apparently she was still too pissed off with him and didn't want to vent all her pent-up frustration and anger on him right now. That was actually a good thing. I wasn't sure how Skywalker would react if his wife blew up her top at him, but I doubted it would be pretty. Speaking about our resident prisoner, I found him sitting on the small bed in his cell and brooding. Skywalker. I stared at the man, the chosen one. Boy of prophecy if you believe in that prattle, supposedly created by the Force itself and having no actual father. Well, I've seen enough of the Force to know that it was certainly possible. I don't know if our power had been always sentient, or if it in time became such thanks to all the sapient beings using it. But I knew that it had some kind of agenda, or at least a vague goal it was striving to. Well, that's what I believed at any rate, not that I had a proof. Did it really matter? Vale, Skywalker shot back. Perhaps it did. You know, if it was anyone else in your shoes, I would have them shot back on Coruscant. I spoke calmly. You actually meant that? Anakin exclaimed, taken aback. What do you want me to say? That you made a mistake? That I understand why you did it? That's true. I nodded. It makes what happened no less foolish. You wasted the lives of thousands of my men, 33,517 Navy personnel and Army troopers dead, 11,000 wounded, and another 2,000-odd people who were crippled and might not recover even with state-of-the-art medical care and no expenses spared. Anakin flinched. Most of those soldiers trusted you, would have followed in hell itself. I know, Anakin muttered. I took a deep breath. There were few things that pissed me off more than wasting perfectly good soldiers and ships, because someone was either an utter ass, incompetent idiot, or because they just enjoyed seeing the world burn. Some Sith I had to deal with were all of the above too. Honest mistakes I can understand. Fuck-ups caused by faulty intelligence or the enemy simply outthinking and outfighting you too. The Force knows all of the above had happened to me in the past. Do you really? I asked mildly, once my temper was firmly under control. Do you know why Padme hasn't yet visited you? I've been wondering. She is furious at you. Granted, you've been married for less than a year and you spent most of that time away at war, but I had the impression you actually knew the woman. Knew her since you were 10 or 11, in fact, I continued. Well, yes. Where are you going on with this? Anakin asked. Padme Amidala, the pacifist queen as some tend to call her, what in the name of the Force made you believe that you could kill 30,000 Republic soldiers in an idiotic attempt to help her, and she would approve of that. Especially when you didn't stop to think for a moment, Criffit. What? And wait while she was in pain and possibly going insane? Anakin snapped back. I glared at the idiot. Perhaps it's my fault for believing that you had a brain that you occasionally used. I grumbled. Hey, what possessed you to believe for even a moment that there would really be an antidote on Geonosis? I couldn't help it, but snapped at Skywalker. It was a chance I had to take. It was... I have no words. I grit my teeth and took a deep breath. The whole purpose of that exercise, of poisoning Padme with that criffing thing, was simple. To torment you. To make you feel her pain, to make you feel helpless, and bring you closer to the dark side. Whoever did made it, Dooku, his master, or one of their minions, they wouldn't have created the antidote. It would be pointless when the whole point was to torment you through Padme. That's... Anakin recoiled in horror. What? You thought that the so-called Sith of this era would shy away from getting to you through someone you're obviously close to? Get a grip. Granted, Amidala, or should I call her Skywalker, made it quite easy for them. That earned me a dirty look. Are you aware of the consequences? I'm not speaking about your marriage. I'm not a bloody counselor. Obi-Wan told me. Anakin grumbled. What is going to be? Prison? Execution? Skywalker glared at me. As I said, if you were anyone else, you'd be dead right now. Fortunately for you, I quite like you for some reason, and your wife is a political ally. You already killed any goodwill you had with me, Anakin. More than 30,000 lives. That's something you own the Republic, and I'll make sure you live so we can collect. If I rot in prison, it won't change a thing, Skywalker stated. It won't. Still, there are other consequences, other things I have to worry about besides your hide. You're Mandalore now, congratulations, Anakin said in a dry tone. I'll give you credit where credit's due, you're self-absorbed as a Sith. I smiled. What's that supposed to mean? You still don't think. I can sense your feeling. There's just a shred of regret for the soldiers you killed. Anakin looked away morosely. Have you even thought about your Padawan? Obi-Wan told me you didn't ask about Ahsoka. I trailed off. What? What about Snips? That got a raise of him. She was wounded on Geonosis and is still in the last stages of recovery. That's, however, the least of her problems. For the time being, she's Obi-Wan's Padawan. However, your actions reflected on her very badly. She's likely to be censured because of your recklessness. Before everything went to hell on Geonosis, Obi-Wan heard rumors that some in the Council would like to send her to the Agri-Corps, at least until the end of the war, so she doesn't do any damage, because bad habits learned from you. They can't do that, Anakin exclaimed. Snips will hate that. Besides, almost no one comes back to the Order from the various services. Well, they could always expel her in order to wash their hands of you. Obi-Wan will do what he can, but he'll have his hand full explaining his marriage and becoming Mandalorian. I'll spend as much of the goodwill I have left with the Council, but it may not be enough. Criffit, Anakin cursed. Then there are the consequences to Padme's political career. Her husband, a Jedi, namely you, has been the talk of the media for the last month or so. She'll have to spend a lot of her political capital too to weather the trouble you've caused her, because you didn't think, damn it. Skywalker had the good grace to look away at that. Why didn't wait at least a few hours so we could talk as I asked? I glared at him. I don't know, all right? He brushed a hand through his hair, then stood up and began pacing. It was the same thing that happened with my mother. Padme needed help and no one was willing to do it. I was abandoned again. I have no idea, what are you talking about? I lied while using the Force to conceal that fact. Given Skywalker's right state, it wasn't hard. Do you want to talk about it? Before deciding what am I to do to help you, I want to know how and why this criff-up happened and make sure that something like that won't happen again. Obi-Wan said you can't help me, not officially. Anakin looked at me. True, the GAR loathes you. Giving you official support after what you did will not only destroy my authority, but will be disastrous for the morale. While the Republic is in much better position than it was at the start of the war, the next few months will be even tougher and we'll need to be on our best. I'm out of the loop again, aren't I? Anakin sighed. Yep, though it's not something you need to worry right now. Tell me about your mother. Anakin gave me an abbreviated version that skipped slaughtering the Sand People's village. Well, the Jedi criffed up by the numbers. Not surprisingly, they had no idea how to deal with someone who had prior attachments. Telling you to just accept the loss. I wish to say it surprises me, but that would be a lie. I sighed. This put things in perspective. I can see how you see what happened just before you went rogue. You saw us telling you that we couldn't go after Geonosis, much less the supposed antidote, then and there, as another dismissal. Another betrayal. A part of me still sees it that way. Skywalker looked me in the eyes. I've been married before, Anakin. I held my first wife as she laid in the ground, dead. I felt the life of our unborn child wink out. I understand you were desperate. I understand that under the wrong circumstances, you would have done anything to keep Padme safe. Padme, she means everything to me, Skywalker muttered. I've been where you're, Anakin. That's why I'm willing to help you. I smiled. Not doing so would be hypocritical, considering that I'm a married man again. Obi-Wan missed to mention that. Skywalker raised an eyebrow at that. Curious, considering that now he's my brother-at-law. You married that Satine of his sister. Yep, now back to your troubles. As I said, I can't make your problems go away. Probably not even support you officially. Then what can you do? I'm sick of hearing in how much trouble am I in. Skywalker grunted. Then think long and hard before you do something dumb again. You're getting to a military tribunal, and unfortunately for you, the case is as good as open and shut. Do you think that the non-clone officers don't have families? Some of them have them in danger too. Yet you don't see them going rogue. The clones themselves, they see your action as a betrayal of the highest order. Think about it, I chided him. That said, you're still an effective warrior. While no one will be trusting you in a command position for a long, long time if ever, there's still an option, though you won't like it. It's been a long time since something I liked happened. Shoot. Plead guilty and make a deal. And what? Rot in prison while the other Sith go after Padme again? Anakin snapped. It was my turn to give a dirty look that silenced him. If you're finished. I glared at the Jedi who nodded. As I was saying, you plead guilty, demonstrate your remorse, and ask for a chance to redeem yourself in the eyes of the GAR and the Republic as a whole. Then I'll suggest an arrangement similar to what Windu got. Though you terms will be probably nastier. In the end, he stopped himself before getting people killed. I twisted the knife. So what? I'll be leading a small strike team. Of course not. No one will trust you to do it and not get them killed. No, you'll be attached to a commando unit and be under its leader's command. I'll try swinging things up so you would be a part of my own forces. That way, it will be less likely that a disgruntled clone frags your ass. Actually, it doesn't sound too bad. Anakin perked up. I snorted. This arrangement will be replacing your sentence with equal terms serving as a soldier. Considering that you're likely to get anything from a few decades to life, you'd be stuck in the army for a long, long time. And if you criff up again, it'll be straight to prison or execution unless you go on the run. And if you go rogue again, depending on the circumstances, I might have to go after you myself. Now that gave Anakin some food for thought. RK equals. Republica Cinci Sute, Coruscant. When we reached Coruscant, there was a lot to do. First, I had to make sure that Skywalker reached a GAR detention center, where he would hopefully cool his heels for the foreseeable future. Then I had to avoid the media, which were doing their best to corner me for an interview. Bo had my Mandalorian guard run some interference, and they apparently had a lot of fun trolling the reporters. Meanwhile, Obi-Wan went to report to the Council, and Satine and an honor guard headed for the Mandalorian embassy, where she would be taking charge of the place. That at least allowed me and my wife to reach Amidala's residence unnoticed. That was our first stop for the night. It was only our strategically timed arrival late in the evening that postponed any official inquiries with the Senate for tomorrow. In fact, there was scheduled hearing in the early afternoon, and I would be meeting Palpatine at noon. Before that, I would be having a chat with Valentra and few of the Intel directors and GAR HQ too, so it was going to be a very busy day. That was the primary reason why we were at Republica 502, to meet some prospective political allies for tomorrow's fun and games. We were met at the door by C-3PO, and the irritating golden droid was as irritating as ever. I managed to tune out its prattling and concentrate on the people sitting in the living room. Our host was lounging on the sofa and sipping caf. Next to her sat Mon Mothma, the senator of Chandrila, an old political ally and longtime friend of Amidala. Bail Organa was sitting in an armchair next to the two women and was looking at me as if this was the first time he was seeing me. Last but not the least, we had Graham Bell Iblis, who had an open bottle of Corellian ale in hand and saluted me with it. "So the rumors are true?" Organa asked. "I'm not sure if congratulations are in order or if I should be concerned, Darth Vael." "You finally read the records about my visit to Alderaan back in the good old days, didn't you?" I smiled crookedly and headed to a pair of free armchairs, then sat down on the one closer to Iblis. Bo headed for the remaining seat and began studying the politicians from behind a carefully kept blank face. "I wouldn't call them good days," Bale grumbled. "What could I say? Me and your family were on different sides. You almost drove the Organas extinct. I did the same with your rivals that the Empire backed because they were criffing incompetent fools. Besides, you've obviously recovered. It's refreshing that someone besides the Jedi Council accepts that I'm who I say." "That's not exactly something to endorse," Mon Mothma added. "The Sith Empire had been dust for a long, long time. The Old Republic too, for that matter. We're all living in a different galaxy, and when all is said and done, our current problem aren't hordes of murderous Sith," said the resident Sith Lord, Iblis quipped. "What? It's much more peaceful without thousands of screaming, unhinged maniacs around. Not having to answer to a council made of murderous lunatics with incredible power is refreshing too. I prefer this status quo, to be honest. It's much better for my health. We aren't here to discuss the ancient past. I'm aware that some of you have qualms in working with General Vale. I did so in the beginning, and to be honest, I do have reservation even now." Padme interjected. "True, we aren't here for a history lesson. Sorry about that, Padme," Mothma said. "You want our support?" Iblis looked at me. "Do you seek it as a Republic general or as Mandalore? It's an important distinction." "Both. You're all aware that my mission to Mandalore was a fiasco. I was sent to negotiate without diplomatic aid and had only my experience with the Mandalorian culture to fall upon. An experience that is millennia out of date, if still somewhat relevant." "Yes." The woman from Chandrila winced. "That wasn't one of the Senate's best moments. Let's not mince words. He was set up to fail. At least half the Senate will see it that way. In fact, I would have gathered a lot of new enemies, no matter the outcome. That much I know," I stated. "More now," Organa noted. "Yes, short-term your decision to become Mandalore might garner some support. The Republic right now needs all the help it can get after all. However, many will be afraid that the Mandalorians will turn on us the moment this war is won. Some are concerned that you'll be leading them to conquer a weakened Republic after having first-hand experience and intelligence about our armed forces," Organa added. "I can understand where those people are coming from. Yet, thanks to my position, I already have such information. After all, I'm one of the people making strategic decisions for the GAR, help direct R&D and so forth. Even without becoming Mandalore, I would still have that knowledge, and it is going to be relevant for years after the war ends." I spoke carefully. As a Mandalorian, I personally find the insinuation that we would ever turn on our allies without a just reason offensive. Bo added and glared at Organa. "Even if I can understand where you're coming from, our history with the Republic is troubled. We've been on the different sides of more wars than I care to name." Graham snorted. "Yet that's besides the point. Senator Amidala might have suggested this meeting, but we're here to hear you. What do you propose? What do you want?" The Corellian leaned forward in his armchair and looked me in the eyes. "I won this war won. I want to do the best thing I could by my people. I want the Mandalorians to be seen as something much better than a scourge upon the galaxy." "Just that?" Bo asked. "Fishing for compliments, dear?" I looked at my wife and cracked a smile. I want to wade in glorious battles beside you so we could write our names in history on 1,000 battlefields. You know how to make girls' day. Bo smile at me. Try not to tell that to the Senate tomorrow. While a part of me appreciates the sentiment, the same can't be said about most of my esteemed colleagues. What? I am a Sith Warrior. War and battle is in my blood, and that made becoming a Mandalorian natural. That said, I'm actually not a maniac, and can find ways to amuse myself that don't include starting another war once the Confederacy is put down for good. I extrapolated. Am I to understand that you aren't a proponent of a peaceful resolution of the conflict? Mothma frowned at me. My professional opinion is that any reasonable hope for peace died on Neimoidia. After what the Confederacy did there, as Senator Amidala can attest, we can't trust them. Not to mention all the atrocities they have been visiting upon the galaxy in the last few months. I pointed at Padme. Can you honestly tell me you would trust the CIS to hold up their end of any ceasefire or approach peace seriously, unless they're clearly losing? And even then, they would use such an opportunity to rebuild and go at us again. I have to agree. Iblis indicated his support. They used bioweapons on a peaceful world like Naboo just to terrorize us. Even tried to unleash the same crap here on Coruscant. They tried to decapitate the Republic and nearly succeeded, and we all know what happened when they claimed to want peace. This is madness, Mothma exclaimed. Of course it is. I conceded the point. This is a galaxy-wide war. Madness is the nature of the beast. Even if we want peace, and we do, Bale spoke, we have to admit that we won't achieve it until the Confederacy is defeated. For months, I hoped that this conflict could be stopped before it goes out of control. The senator from Alderaan slumped in his seat. Lately, I've been doubting that anything less than a military victory could end this madness. Either that or someone sane pulling out a coup in the Confederacy and surrendering, I added. Well, there was apparently a coup over there, but the indications are the new leadership is determined to win. Iblis stated. Yeah, I went over similar intel reports. That leaves us with our current issue. I tried to put the conversation back on topic. Like it or hate it, you're one of the Republic's most effective generals. Some would say the highest ranked too. Many would see that as unacceptable now that you're Mandalore, Organa said. You're becoming indispensable for the war effort. Mon Mothma was blunt. Democracies and indispensable people don't go well together. I laughed at that. Are you really concerned that I would pull off a coup and take power for myself? By the time the war is over, a lot of the GAR might just follow you, perhaps enough to succeed. Certainly enough to wreck what would be left from the Republic. Have you actually run a world, a star system? I have done it on multiple occasions as a Sith Lord during my time with the Empire, and now I found myself doing so as Mandalore. Let me assure you, the last thing I want is even more work. I have my hands more than full as it is. Perhaps. Perhaps not. I can't read your mind. Mothma shrugged. For all I know, you're telling me the truth and my fears are unwarranted. Ask the Jedi. I told them the same, and they could tell I was truthful, I added. Perhaps I will. Though rumor has it that a lot of them don't trust you either. Of course not. They have been taught that my kind was the enemy ever since they learned how to walk. There is that. I personally trust our Green Jedi, and they had a favorable first impression, Iblis stated. I liked them too. Your Corellian Jedi are among sanest and best adjusted of their kind I've ever seen. That's not why we're here. Amidala grumbled. If we're to support him, we need to know we can trust him, Organa countered. No matter what I say, you have only my word about my intentions. I've been in this time for less than a year. My actions as a part of the Sith Empire aren't a real indication how I would act here and now. The situation is a unique one for me. I don't have the Dark Council and hundreds of competing Sith to deal with this time around. All I have to show for myself are my actions since arriving here, and they could be viewed as self-serving, aimed to ingratiate the Republic and the GAR to my person. In the end, you'll have to decide if you trust me or not for yourselves. I smiled, and make some contingency plans in case I turn against the Republic. I carefully didn't mention that the Republic in its currently existing iteration was looking less and less likely as a state that could be ready for the Vong. That left me with plans I would have preferred to be unneeded. Ironically, when I was saying that I had only the best intentions about the Republic, I meant it, from a certain point of view. From where I stood, changing the Republic in something better that could be ready for the future would be for the best for everyone involved. Unfortunately, saying so aloud would be seen as a typical plot of a power-hungry Sith and would destroy my credibility. That left me with two main avenues of approach. One was to let things go on, keep myself as close to a top Krathhound as possible as far as the Gar was concerned, and when the time came, hijack Palpy's plan for a galactic empire and dispose of him while doing so. Plan B, so to speak, was a reformation that might leave the Republic existing at least in name, but it would turn it into quite a different beast. To do that, I would need an external enemy, so keeping a CIS remnant and ensuring an ongoing Cold War might be the way to go. A lot of details were not set in stone. I would need many allies to pull that off, especially outside the military, and at any rate much would depend how the galaxy would look like in a few years. For all I knew, we might collectively screw up and lose the war thanks to the inevitable CIS offensive, in which case I would have to go in hiding for the foreseeable future. Speaking about the CIS, that's true. On the other hand, the one thing we could really judge you on are your actions, and they were good enough so far. Iblis said and took a swallow from his ale. You'll have to give the Senate an explanation, preferably without accusing them that they set you up. The Corellian continued. You might want to keep both your position within the GAR and title as Mandalore, but you'll likely have to make some kind of deal. I'm aware of that. However, stepping down as Mandalore or screwing over my people to appease the Senate is out of the question. Bo gave me a nod of approval. While that gives you credit, it's a problem that will be obvious, Organa added. The conflict of interests is plain for all to see. Mothma nodded. I and many senators would be deeply uncomfortable with a foreign leader being in command of all our combat forces. In fact, that status is unacceptable. Perhaps if Mandalore is to become a part of the Republic, Organa tried, if handled properly doing so would allay most fears and might avoid a potential war in the future. Bo trailed off. I'm unsure if the clans will go on with it. On the other hand, making the proposal so I can bring it home to roost can't hurt. It was going to buy me some time at the very least. That's good, but it still leaves the big problem. You can't be one of the highest-ranking GAR generals and a leader of a foreign nation. In fact, I'm surprised the issue hasn't been raised on all levels yet. The galaxy at large didn't know about it until the last few days. Mon Mothma said, give it a bit more time and the media will be all over it. I'm sure someone will raise the issue tomorrow in the Senate anyway. True enough, Bail agreed. Still, give us a good reason why we should place our support on the line for you. Mothma stared at me. A good one? I stared back. In less than 2 months, the Confederacy will have at least a few thousand ships coming online almost at the same time. Shortly after that, they will unleash hell upon us all, the likes of which this Republic hasn't seen. I've read the intel reports. The CIS had recalled back their best admiral. If we're very lucky, it's to purge them as unreliable supporters of the previous administration. I paused. We aren't that lucky. Iblis snorted. Number we aren't, Padme muttered darkly. The sad truth is that the Republic has a better chance to weather the coming storm with me as one of the people making the high-level military decisions when the hammer falls. That's the best reason I could give you. The gathered senators looked at each other. I think it's dinner time. We all need some time to think. Padme shook herself from her brooding. That sounds like a good idea. Organa smiled. 114th. Chapter 29. Parts 6 and 7. Phase 29. Back to Coruscant. RK equals. Part 6. Republika Cinque Coruscant. Well, at least the dinner was delicious, and I learned more rumors about Coruscant's senators and celebrities than I cared for. Small talk with politicians. I missed it not. At least it turned out that C-3PO had a redeeming quality. The golden machine was the cook, and it did the job expertly. After dinner, we retired back to the diner room with cups of our favorite drinks and went back to good old-fashioned horse trading. I wasn't sure what was the current jargon for it. The continuation of our negotiations went both better and worse than I feared. While I may never completely trust you or your agenda, that's a concern for later. Mon Mothma gave me a disapproving frown. The sad truth is that it won't matter what you're up to if the Confederacy wins the war. However, if you do anything to threaten democracy, me and my allies will oppose you. Well, the woman was brave, I'll give her that. There weren't many people who would risk antagonizing a Sith this way, yet she wasn't telling me a thing I didn't already knew or suspected. However, I prompted, the Chandrilan woman gave me a thin smile. The GAR is still expanding, and still more factories are needed to feed the Republic's war machine. I want you to consider certain planets and systems as good places to set up additional production facilities for the new infantry armors and weapons, for vehicles, etc. Sites that conveniently will create more workplaces and provide infusion of capital on the places where your allies come from. I nodded. Give me a list. Purely by accident, those factories could be used to build gear for someone else if I went typical Sith and tried taking over the galaxy. Like a rebel alliance that wouldn't have to be formed because I was a good boy. I almost snorted at that thought. I wondered when did Mothma began to suspect that Palpy was up to no good and started laying down contingencies in case he decided to become a dictator. I shouldn't be underestimating the woman. Will Alderaan require similar arrangement? I asked Organa. Bail looked pained at the thought but nodded. Wasn't it interesting what a more dangerous CIS could make people do? I looked at Padme. From what I understand, the GAR is already helping Naboo set up its own armed forces. Perhaps talking with Valentra to see if we can release some equipment your way to expedite training. You understand that all first-rate gear is currently needed at the front lines. I smiled pleasantly at our hostess. Amidala looked like she had bitten into a particularly sour lemon at the suggestion. Perhaps sending some experienced warriors to act as trainers. The Mandalorian people will be glad to help you in that regard. My wife added, Damn it, this was fun. I didn't think I would enjoy seeing self-proclaimed pacifists ask for military industry to be set up on their worlds. Padme closed her eyes, then rubbed her temples. I'm sure the Queen will appreciate such a gesture, she said in a flat tone. In addition, I have a few acquaintances that would love to discuss some trade deals with you and the new Mandalorian government. Mothma continued, I'm sure we'll be able to reach an outcome we can all live with, if not enjoy. I said diplomatically and made note to sick Mothma's friends on Yomaget and Awad. After all, the economy was their domain. I turned my attention to Iblis, who had kept a mostly blank mask all evening. He gave me a disarming smile. After the latest unpleasantries, Mandalore finds itself in a need of a fleet. Corellia can either sell you or build you one to your exact specifications. We would love to, in fact. We'll love to see what you have in stock, and I'm sure Mandal Motors will be in touch soon about building us some ships and components. I returned the smile. Yomaget wasn't going to like that too much, but the man was realist. His company simply couldn't build us a fleet in time. The bigger problem was going to be to figure out how to pay for the ships we needed. With a bit of luck and finesse, those trade deals might be of use. After all, once this war was resolved, the galaxy would be a different place, and the details of unfavorable deals could be renegotiated. From a position of strength. There was a lot of horse trading, or was it bantha, that night. By the time Bo and I reached the Mandalorian embassy and crashed in one of the guest suites, it was early in the morning, and I would have another meeting in a few hours. =RK equals General Valentra's office, GARHQ Coruscant. Here we are again. Valentra sighed as he sat behind his desk and waved us to follow suit. This brings back memories, and to think it was just a few months ago. I chuckled. A lot changed in that time. Ivan Fell was still doing her Ice Queen impersonation. This time she was giving me suspicious looks too. On the other hand, the Oni's director was friendlier. My victory above Geonosis earned me some kudos with the man, and General Jack still respected me because my tactics kept as many clones alive as humanly possible. Director Fell rubbed one of her leku and glared at me. General Vale, can you explain your reasoning behind your actions on Mandalore? The outcome put you, and by extension the GAR, in a precarious position. Ivan spoke bluntly. I did my best with the Pazak hand I was dealt. I presume you've read my AAR about the situation. I spoke calmly. Keeping these people's support was going to be vital, no matter what happened in the Senate later today. Having the Mandalorians as allies to the Republic was the best outcome I could see, and given the political situation on the ground, there was only one way I could ensure it. I'll admit, when the opportunity to run for the title was offered, I jumped at it. And yes, there are personal reasons for my decision too. I fought beside the Mandalorians when they were a major galactic power. It was thanks to some of their people, one of whom ascended to hold the same title I now carry, that I kept my sanity during my first years as a Sith. The alternative was to watch Mandalore tear itself apart in a civil war, and given its strategic location, we would have to be there to pick up the pieces anyway and deal with hostile local population too. Good enough for me, Jack added. No surprise there, he was one of Skirata's disciples. Fel looked between me and the clone. Her frown deepened, but she declined to comment further. My issue is the obvious. While you're an accomplished Republic officer, General Vale, you're also the head of an independent polity. Yet simply removing you from your position in the GAR would not only be counterproductive, but useless in the short to medium term. You already know more than enough to cause incalculable damage if you went rogue or something. Ely sighed. And very much irrelevant, unless our friends in the Senate do something utterly foolish. Even then, I don't believe that Del-Qatar will endanger the Mandalorian people by selling our secrets to the Confederacy, and that is our primary issue, Valentra added. I'm sure our friends in the SB will watch you. He gave me a helpless shrug and looked at Yile. That goes without saying. Marek nodded. What more do you want, Yvonne? All of us have allegiance to our homeworlds besides the Republic as a whole. What makes Vale any different? Besides that the Mandalorians will be our allies instead a formal part of the Republic. Will there be a practical difference while he is a part of our military command? Oh, enough of this nonsense, Jack snapped. We all have the same problem, that our political masters will criff up and kick you out of the GAR just as the Confeds are preparing for an offensive, the likes of which we haven't seen. We haven't fully compiled all reports, but there are all indications that in 2 months the CIS will have at least 2,000 brand new Munficents and between 300 and 500 proper capital ships to play with. Those are the conservative estimates. Fel grumbled. We might see up to 3,000 munificents and couple of hundreds more capitals over the next 3 months. Well, Criff, added to their current active strength, that will be troublesome to manage, I muttered. We would have to give up ground. Perhaps a lot of it until our Venators came online. What a charming understatement. Jack chuckled grimly. It gets better. We have fragmentary reports that at least few enemy commanders had used munificents to ram our cruisers. If they pull that off on a large scale successfully, we might, no. We won't be able to stop them. This information makes everything even more complicated. I took a deep breath. I have a few ideas that will even the odds, though most of them won't be practical if I no longer have a say in the strategic decision-making. Criffet, I knew that the Confederacy would have a good window of opportunity thanks to the respective building rates of both sides. But those numbers… What do you think? Valentra asked me. It's going to be ugly, no matter what we do. We need to trade distance and space for time, hold the hyperlanes and strategic systems at all costs. I looked Teller in the eyes. We'll likely have to write off a large chunk of the Republic, at least for a few months. At least the systems without planetary shield generators. We can't hold them if the enemy controls the orbitals, and if I have it my way, we'll be pulling out the bulk of our fleets from any non-critical area. The only good news is that we'll be getting some acclimators complete early next month, along with a lot of escorts. That will help a lot, but it won't be enough to counter the enemy's upswing in numbers by itself, Valentra informed me. I've been thinking about something similar since Director Fel gave me a preliminary report about the CIS expected strength a few days ago. However, by myself I won't be able to convince the Chancellor, much less the Senate, that we might have to give up a lot of territory. I'll be meeting with Palpatine at noon, and I'll talk with him about it. I nodded and kept my face carefully blank. I may need those enemy numbers reports ready for my hearing this afternoon. Who knew the Confederacy might actually be my ticked out of trouble this time around? Then again, too many senators were either peacetime politicians or people whose worlds will be soon facing enemy occupation. They might lash against me as a convenient stress relief. We'll need to further increase equipment production as well as recruitment and training. The latter won't make a difference for the coming storm, but we'll need the warm bodies when it comes time to push the Confeds back. I thought aloud, then mentioned some planets that could accommodate additional factories. Mothma and company should be glad about that, until they hear what's coming our way. Then again, how the hell did the Confederacy lose with such advantage in shipbuilding early in the war? Most of that construction, especially all the capital hips, should have been laid down before I made an appearance. I'll grant that my successes could be at least partially to blame for the armada of munificence that will be coming for us. Just in case the Senate decides to be unreasonable, I'll be pushing for a single Allied command that will incorporate GAR, Corellian, Mandalorian, and whatever other allies join us in the fight. If the worst happens, that will still give you some official pull, and we'll be listening when you make suggestions about the strategic situation, Valentra added. That might work. I nodded. The Empire had a similar arrangement with the Mandalorians, at least in certain sectors of the galaxy. While most Sith would have loathed taking orders from them, the ordinary army and navy had much less hang-ups if the Mandalorian in charge was competent. =RK equals. Part 7. Chancellor's Officer, Senate Building. Coruscant. Palpatine stood in front of the outer wall of his office that was made of a one-way transparent metal and watched Coruscant's skyline. The last month had been tiring for the Sith Lord. Thanks to the rotating guard of clones, and more importantly Jedi, he was forced to keep his illicit activities not only low-key, but highly irregular. Unfortunately, doing so was much easier than he ever imagined for a simple reason. Sidious had lost the tools he used to control the Confederacy. Those loathsome creatures had the sheer gall to turn on his agent Dooku and dared usurp power. All he had to show for his efforts in setting the CIS up nowadays was a war gone out of control and a few still reporting agents. The incompetent fools usually couldn't even be trusted to provide Palpatine with good information. More often than not, he got almost the same date from Republic intelligence sources, and those were another sore point. After the debacle caused by rogue elements during the attack on Coruscant, the Republic military and intelligence apparatus had been cleaning up house. They not only caught a lot of CIS moles, but some of Sidious' own agents. There were days lately that Palpatine felt that he had lost half the galaxy in one fell swoop, and he was powerless to do anything about it for the time being, unless he was crazy enough to unmask to the Jedi. Even with Vael around and serving as a useful example that not all Sith were evil and wasn't that a laugh, the last thing Sidious wanted was to explain who he really was. Palpatine exhaled slowly and frowned. The General. A wild element that wasn't part of the Sith grand plan. At first, Sidious thought the man a madman and imposter, if an undeniably competent one. It wasn't until the battle for Geonosis that Palpatine really entertained the thought that Vael might be dangerous to him as anything more than a complication. A part of him still wanted to dismiss the Tho, however Sidious ruthlessly squashed the very idea. He had underestimated Vael again and again, dismissed him as a lunatic or a dark Jedi with delusions of grandeur, no different than Dooku's minions, if much more competent. The General did cull quite a lot of them after all. Hubris. The Sith Lord smiled, to think that I believed myself immune to such trifle things. Things were different now. A vital part of the plan was in ruins. Palpatine found it highly ironic that now the Sith were on the side of the Republic, fighting those who officially claimed to save it from them. The Chancellor doubted that he would be able to restore his control upon the Confederacy. Dooku was missing, and while he hadn't sensed the man's death, he could as well be. In fact, Sidious might have to arrange it. Tyrannus was a captive, and was either going to suffer a regrettable accident or be shipped to the Jedi. No matter how incompetent the Order was, Sidious doubted that they could misplace Dooku a second time, and there won't be a Confederate rescue this time around. Faced with rotting in a small cell within the Jedi Temple, Tyrannus might just talk in order to spread his misfortune to Sidious too. Besides, the man had proven less than effective lately. even if he somehow escaped or was rescued by any agents he had left. Palpatine didn't believe that Dooku could wrestle back control over the Confederacy. It was unfortunate that some of the high-ranked contacts Palpatine had in the CIS had decided to turn on him and were in fact part of the new management. With Dooku out of the picture and Grievous dead, Sidious simply lacked someone who could get things under control. That at least simplified things tremendously. Palpatine had to ensure that the Republic won the war. Then he would have his empire, and more importantly, vengeance upon both the traitors within the Confederacy and the Jedi. On the bright side, he had another prospective apprentice, one he would be meeting shortly. Well, third time's the charm, as some people like to say. It might even be true, the Force sometimes worked in mysterious ways. Besides, now Vale was in the same boat as Palpatine. He was a political figure, a leader of a nation with all the unpleasant and infuriating things that entailed, like dealing with all too many idiots and not being free to strangle them with their own innards when they became too bothersome. Sidious had felt the urge a lot of time the last month. Making sure that all his connections with the Confederacy, besides a few informants who didn't really know who he was, were cut was frustrating given the constraints he had to work under. That didn't do much for his temper, and the constant need to present the persona of the good old Palpatine to the world grated more than usual. In the end, Sidious had to work with what he had on hand, and that was the Republic. So he'd be the best chancellor this misbegotten pile of ineffectual corruption ever had. It was moments like these when he seldom wondered if becoming emperor would be worth it. Ah, the price of ultimate power. Palpatine sighed wishfully. He had work to do. The Republic wasn't going to run itself without a disaster striking. There was a war to be won, Jedi to crush, sweet vengeance to be had. First, however, he had a general to meet. Sidious had dug out everything he could find about the Sith Vale claimed to be, Darth Vael. The man had had an illustrious career, had been chosen as a member of the Dark Council, and when he should have gone to Dromund Kaas to claim his new title, Vael had vanished. Allegedly during a battle against the Republic, Palpatine's fist instinct was that the ancient Sith had simply lost the game of power and had been removed by his rivals. That was the simplest and most logical explanation. Everything was more logical than what Vael claimed. That madness was so easy to dismiss. Everyone sane would do so immediately, wouldn't they? Palpatine certainly did. There was one question he never really asked himself. What if those claims were actually the truth? The Force was still clouded and offered no answer. The Chancellor turned around and went to his desk. He had various plans in how to deal with Vael, but a lot was going to depend on their meeting. Well, that wasn't exactly true. Sidious was yet to decide was how much trouble he was going to cause for the general. It was less than optimal that the man was very good at his job and might in fact be needed if the Republic was to win this war before the conflict left the whole galaxy in ruin and thus much less for Sidious to rule. Palpatine sat on his favorite chair and his intercom beeped. "Sir, General Vael is here to see you," the Chancellor's secretary announced in an annoyingly chipper tone. If the bloody woman wasn't as efficient in her job as she was. Palpatine shook his head, placed his best smile on his face and spoke pleasantly. "By all means, send him in." The Chancellor stood up when the door of his office opened and Vael strode in. The general wore a combat armor sans helmet that was painted white and had the emblems of the Mandalore and the Republic on the shoulders. "It's good to see you back whole and hale, my friend," Palpatine beamed at his guest. "It's good to be back, Chancellor." Sidious wondered if Vael's smile was as fake as his own. "Tia, make sure we aren't disturbed." Palpatine ordered his secretary and waved the general towards the seats in front of his desk. "Please make yourself comfortable. We have a lot to speak about." "Thank you." Vael gave him a respectful nod and sat down. Palpatine pressed a hidden button under his desk, and a wave of static went through the room. "Now we can talk freely." Ironically, his office was one of the few places Sidious could talk, at least for short periods of time, without being overheard by his protection detail. There were some Republic secrets they weren't cleared up for after all. "Can we?" There was amusement in the general's voice. Vael looked like anything but someone who knew he was about to be chewed up by one of the most powerful men in the galaxy. The general pulled out a data chip from a compartment on his armor and levitated it until it hovered in front of Palpatine's chest. Sidious had to give the bastard little credit. He was audacious, if nothing else. I presume that this isn't a written apology and explanation. Mandalore. The Sith Lord kept his smile going, as if the blatant demonstration of force tricks wasn't grating when he was forced to appear as an ordinary human. Bad news, I'm afraid. You'll be getting a more refined version of these reports in a few hours. The smile and apparent good cheer drained from the general's face. You know, up until this morning, I had various preconceptions about this meeting. This certainly wasn't one of them. Palpatine plugged the chip in his terminal without removing his eyes from Vale. He didn't need the Force to know he wouldn't like whatever was on the chip. The Chancellor pressed a few buttons and waited for the data to be decrypted before it could be displayed. Well, my friend, I'm sure you've been dreading my reaction about your newfound conflict of interests. I can assure you that it wasn't my idea to let you handle the Mandalorians by yourself. I've been dealing with the senators who... The data decryption completed and a summary of the reports appeared on the terminal's screen. Palpatine glanced at it and paused mid-sentence. His facial muscles twitched as he did his best to suppress a snarl. It appears I've underestimated our colleagues in the Confederacy, Palpatine muttered. His left hand danced on the terminal's keyboard and he dismissed the lockdown of his office before calling the director of ONI. All the while he kept most of his attention on Vale, who was grimly amused at the situation. Chancellor, sir, to what do I owe this honor? Ivan Fell's image floated above the Chancellor's desk. General Vale just came in with certain preliminary reports. How accurate is the data? Estimated Confederacy warship construction, the director asked. The numbers you've seen are our conservative estimation on what they'll be completing by the end of next month. I want comprehensive report about it ASAP, Palpatine ordered and cut off the connection before securing his office once again. General, I don't find anything about this situation amusing. Sidious glared at his guest and let a tiny bit of the fury he felt slip through his mask. Sidious knew about the Confederacy shipbuilding in general terms. He was aware that the CIS could build most of its ship classes faster. He ever planned to use the inevitable Separatists' offensive as a justification to gain even more power. What he didn't expect or plan for was to fight a real war, much less at a time when the enemy was about to gain overwhelming numerical superiority. What outraged and confused the Sith Lord was the simple fact that the Confederacy wasn't supposed to be building so much ships. The munificence were easy to explain, replacements for all frigates lost since Vale entered the stage, and building enough to absorb future significant losses. However, the capital ships, those figures were almost 3 times larger than what the Confederacy should have been building. Why would they? Sidious froze, and it was all he could do not to curse venomously and trash his office with the Force. 2 conclusions immediately jumped to mind. Either Dooku had been naughty and planning to use those additional forces to betray him, or the traitors of the Confederacy Council had been planning their coup even before the war began. The Sith Lord wasn't sure which option was more upsetting. The Chancellor leaned back in his chair and did his best tired old man impression. This is certainly a grave news, General. Unfortunately, it doesn't change the issues created by your new title. Palpatine spoke quietly while his mind raced. This new turn of events threw askew most of his plans for Vale. We can't have a foreign nation's leader be one of the highest-ranking officers in the whole Republic military. Even your splendid record can't justify it. While he might need Vale, simply letting the man get everything he apparently wanted without consequences simply wouldn't do. Nevertheless, depriving the GR of your expertise at times such as this will be criminal, the Chancellor continued. Now, how to present this in a way that the Senate would accept? It was less than ideal that after the attack on this very building, Palpatine had lost a lot of the people he controlled. Oh, the opposition had been hit even harder, but that was scarce comfort when the truth was that nowadays Sidious had less control over the Senate than he needed. While he was working on fixing that issue, it would be months, perhaps even year or a bit longer, before he had regained the direct power he lost with the death of so many political allies. You have an idea. Vale stated, declining to comment on his divided loyalties one way or another. If they were divided in the first place, the man could very well be a real Sith playing his own long game, in which case the Mandalorians were simply means to an end. A political marriage to a woman Vale had met just a handful of times certainly indicated that, especially when Sidious had read reports that the general had been growing closer to that Togruta Jedi Master before he went to Mandalore. He had to find the time and place to have a secure heart-to-heart conversation with Vale. That ultimately might either gain him a new powerful apprentice or at least reveal enough of the man's true nature so Sidious could have a much better idea how to handle him once the general was no longer useful. A sideways promotion, I think. You, my friend, can't be expected to command all our combat forces and execute your duties as Mandalore at the same time. You would simply be buried by mountains of work, and in the end won't be able to finish anything worthwhile. Trust me, I know. Palpatine waved at his office. Perhaps being in command of a mixed Republic Mandalorian unit to promote cooperation between our armed forces and bring our nations closer together. That sounds like an interesting idea. Vale nodded. How would the Senate react? Sidious frowned. His current pain in the arse should have thought about that before becoming Mandalore. On the other hand, Palpatine could see the benefits of that decision. Now Vale had an independent power base that would be growing. The Chancellor decided that he should do something about that before the war was resolved, but not until the Confederacy ceased to be an existential threat to his plans for becoming Emperor. There always was the good old-fashioned economics. The Mandalorians needed to replace their fleet now. Binding them with some carefully crafted contracts that would place them in debt to the Republic and later his empire would be a good first step, especially if those deals could be used as a justification to crush the Mandalorians if they became any sort of problem. Well, that was for later. Now he had to figure out how to handle the Senate so they wouldn't criff up things any worse than usual. The time Sidious could dispose of that outdated institution couldn't come fast enough. The significant amount of headaches he would have to deal with by itself would be worth it. 115th Chapter 29 Part 8 Phase 29 Back to Coruscant =RK equals Part 8 Council Chambers, Jedi Temple, Coruscant. The Jedi Temple had changed quite a bit in Obi-Wan's absence. Oh, on the outside it looked the same, from distance. Once he got closer, it became painfully obvious that the building had been extensively modified. The 4 towers surrounding the temple proper wore sensor dishes like demented crowns, and they were further altered to hold an AA emplacement. The same was true for the main building. Its walls wore 2 concentric circles of laser cannons. The same was true for the hangars, which were permanently sealed and shielded unless someone with the correct codes was approaching. It was sad to see the only home he knew being turned into an armed camp. However, after the second attack, not even the Council could really refuse the GAR's offer of assistance in securing the building. Another change was with the vehicles in the hangar. While Obi-Wan parked the speeder he had borrowed from the Mandalorian, he had a great view of the 2 rows of LAATs that apparently replaced the vehicles usually used by the Jedi on Coruscant. Kenobi even glimpsed a pair of custom fighters in one corner, and he was pretty sure he saw at least few Jedi and clones working on them. When he disembarked, a squad of troopers came to greet and scan him to confirm that he wasn't an imposter. If all that wasn't a clue enough, the way the temple felt, it was different. More tense, restless. The peace Obi-Wan associated with his home was absent. Perhaps it was fitting. He was coming to meet with the rest of the Council, and a likely outcome was that he would be leaving soon after that. Permanently at that. It couldn't be helped. While Obi-Wan would regret such an outcome, his marrying Satine wasn't something he could give up. On his way to the Council chambers, Kenobi noticed even more changes. Many of the corridors were reinforced, so they might survive a limited bombardment of the temple without collapsing, and at most junctions he saw installed armored blast doors that presumably could be used to contain, or at least slow down, any attacker. The Jedi Master passed by 3 squad-sized patrols too. Whoever was running the operation on the GAR side was obviously paranoid. While a part of Obi-Wan wanted to rebel against such an armed presence within the Jedi Temple itself, he couldn't do it. He had seen too much, been in too many battles to consider the almost insane security unnecessary. Perhaps it might be enough to dissuade the Confederacy from striking at the temple a third time. Obi-Wan frowned. All those idle thoughts, he knew what they were, an attempt to distract himself from the most disturbing thing he saw in the corridors. It was the Jedi themselves. They were all tense, on edge. Kenobi could feel how anxious most of them were without even trying. More than a few of the knights he passed by in the halls were at least a little scared, and there was more than a hint of anger there. They were also pointedly avoiding him, even a Jedi he had thought a long-time friend. Finally, Kenobi reached the council chambers, only to be stated down by 4 fully armed and armored temple guardians. "The council is expecting you." One of them spoke in an emotionless tone. Obi-Wan frowned. Those men, he couldn't feel even a shred of emotion coming from them. Not the sense of peace or serenity that he usually associated with most Jedi, nor the confusion and trepidation coming from the knights passed by moments ago. There was nothing. Just the presence of 4 living beings. What had been happening to the council while he was away fighting a war? Hopefully he was going to get some answers now. Kenobi nodded to the guardians and went in. Obi-Wan walked to the center of the empty circle that took up most of the room while looking who was present. To his left sat the snake-like Master Rancisis, whose head and face were hidden by long silver hair and beard. The old man was tapping the side of his chair with long scythe-like nails that were no less dangerous despite looking quite fragile. Next to him sat the holographic image of Shaak Ti, who looked anything but amused. Obi-Wan hoped that Delcatar at last called the Togruta to tell her about his marriage in person. To her left sat Master Yaddle, who looked like a toddler in her chair. She was of the same species as Yoda and still had hair, which she wore in a long braid. Or perhaps only the females of the species had it, who knew? While she and the Grandmaster were far from the first Jedi to come from their mysterious homeworld, their kind was practically unknown to the galaxy at large. Besides Yoda himself, there were only 2 other masters present in the flesh. One was the short, even PL, who had an uncanny resemblance to the Grandmaster's species, though the man had even larger Minoc-like ears and wasn't green. The last Jedi in the room was Saesee Tiin, who looked like a monster from the Outer Rim with his 2 large horns and what appeared to be a scowl permanently fixed on his face. Ki-Adi-Mundi and Plo Koon were also present, though they were en route to different battlefields after wrapping up things on Geonosis and experiencing a short R&R at a Gar fob on the edge of the Inner Rim. Obi-Wan, Yoda greeted tiredly. The ancient Jedi Master looked all his 900 years today. This war and all the complications it brought wasn't good for the Grandmaster. Master Yoda, esteemed council members. Obi-Wan gave them a polite half-bow. "Explain yourself you will," Yoda ordered. "I fell in love with Satine Kryze on an assignment to Mandalore more than a decade ago. While I didn't act on my feelings then, after we met again on my mission to observe General Vale and assist him in the negotiations with the Mandalorian government, I met her again, which was inevitable considering the post she held. Death Watch attacks complicated things. We reconnected. This time I acted on my feelings, and we married just a few hours before a CIS fleet, led by Grievous, attacked Mandalore. And thus you became Mandalorian too." Adi-Mundi bobbed his huge head in barely restrained amusement. However, that wasn't a sentiment all masters shared. "It's no surprise Skywalker went bad if this is the true face of his master," Teen grumbled. "We all heard him. Master Obi-Wan Kenobi has willfully and knowingly spat on our code and traditions. I moved to have him expelled from the Order. Making such a call now, without hearing more, is premature at best." Master Koon tried to be the voice of reason. "Whatever else Master Kenobi reports, it won't change the facts. He let his emotions compromise him and acted on them. What example would we make if we don't censure him?" Shaak Ti growled. "Ah, so Delcatar didn't tell her, she found second-hand and is now pissed. Probably feels betrayed too. Damn it, Vale. I'll abide by the Council's decision on the matter." Obi-Wan felt strangely calm. "I made a choice, and if my expulsion is the consequence, then I'll accept it. May I ask a question?" "Ask you may." Yoda sighed. The Grandmaster didn't look surprised by this turn of events. Just resigned. "What will happen with Padawan Ahsoka Tano?" She's losing a second master in 2 months, Obi-Wan asked. Skywalker's former Padawan. Master Rancisi's voice had a barely audible hiss to it. Send her to the Agri Corps at least until the war ends. Considering what her teachers did, she needs time in peace to reflect on their mistakes and if she has it in her to become a proper Jedi. I second it, Teen snapped. We can't let the Sith-derived corruption spread further in the Order. Ahsoka Tano had no choice in who was to be her Jedi Master. Don't blame her for… Plo Koon raised in defense of his former pupil. You've taught her yourself. I understand you don't want to even think she's been learning bad habits or worse. Shak Ti interrupted him. The Corps will be the best and safest place for her. Or do you want risking Ahsoka falling to the dark side? Vale had been giving her an unhealthy amount of attention. What Vale did was criff up beyond any reason where Shak Ti was concerned. That's the only thing Obi-Wan could think of as he stared at the unfolding debacle in shock. He opened his mouth to defend Ahsoka too, but thought better of it. Those who wanted her out of sight and out of mind weren't likely to listen. In fact, they might try using his defense of the girl against her. Call in the vote, Grandmaster. The call has been made and seconded. Teen nodded grimly at Yoda. So it has been. Padawan, young Tano remain should. She'll make a good Jedi. Plo Koon nodded. I'm on the same opinion. Adi Mundi added. Sent her to the Corps. Rancisis hissed in annoyance. Corpse. Teen's response came in a flat, bored tone. Agri-Corps, that's the best for Ahsoka. Shak Ti's tone had a finality to it. Corps, after this mess, she'll need time to clear up her head before continuing her training. Piel voted. That left Master Yaddle. I believe that sending her to the Agri-Corps would be a disservice to the girl. However, considering what is happening to the Order, it would be better that she is away until we find our way once again. Agri-Corps. Good. Rancisis nodded. Obi-Wan shook his head. Somehow he didn't believe it was going to be that simple. No one appeared interested in asking Ahsoka's opinion, and Kenobi was pretty sure that she had other options. He wisely kept that thought to himself. The last thing this fire needed was someone adding an accelerant. Obi-Wan, before we vote about you, please tell us about Vale. What was he up to on Mandalore? Besides the obvious. Shak Ti grimaced when mentioning Delkatar's name. What do you want me to say? Obi-Wan didn't take the bait. What he wanted was for this farce to be over so he could talk with Yoda and find out what the Criff had driven the Order in this madness. The truth. Becoming Mandalore. Did we harbor an enemy all those months? What do you know about his long-term plans concerning the Jedi and the Republic? Shak Ti asked. He intends to prosecute the war to the best of his ability, both as a Republic general and Mandalore. That at least was the truth. Obi-Wan was afraid to tell anything else, to share any of the suspicions he might have had, because there were at least 4 people in here who appeared ready to go after Vale. Kenobi had no illusions what would happen if the Jedi attacked him, and he dreaded if some misguided fool went after Bo-Katan, no matter the reason. A cold pit formed at the bottom of Obi-Wan's stomach. That's all. Perhaps he didn't share anything of importance with you after all. Shak Ti sounded resigned. Do you have something to share, Obi-Wan? Adi Mundi asked. Not really. He'll be of no help. Let's vote, Teen stated. Seconded. Piel and Rancisis spoke almost as one. The vote went the same way, though this time Master Yaddle had no reservations. Please hand us your lightsaber, Obi-Wan. The tiny woman spoke in regret. That's what happens when we let a Sith have a free reign. Master Tai sighed. I'm afraid this isn't going to be the end of it. If this is all, she asked, and when nothing was added, she terminated the connection from her side. Obi-Wan pulled out his lightsaber and looked at it for a long, long moment. To simply give it away. It felt as if he was handing out a piece of his very being. Kenobi sighed in regret and strode up to Yoda, then fell on one knee so he could look the Grandmaster in the eyes and gave him the saber. All this is a world, Obi-Wan. Yoda slowly got out of his chair and used the Force to retrieve his walking stick, which was leaning next to the furniture. More than one, Master Yoda. I would really like to know what just happened. Obi-Wan paused. What has been happening since I left for Geonosis? Come you will, talk we will, Yoda muttered. 116th chapter 29. Part 9. Phase 29. Back to Coruscant. RK equals. Part 9. Master Yoda's quarters. Jedi Temple. Coruscant. Yoda's rooms were less Spartan than one might expect. The Grandmaster had collected a lot of little mementos and oddities in almost a millennia of life. It was something that Obi-Wan always found fascinating. There was so much history in that room, and almost everything on the many rafts and shelves covering the walls or secured in a handful of large chests in the back told interesting, often amusing tales. Unfortunately, today Kenobi had no eyes for the oddities. He watched concerned how Yoda slowly made his way to the bed and sat down with a tired sigh. Questions you have, ask them you will, answer I will, Yoda muttered. What the criff happened? Obi-Wan blurred out and helplessly waved around. Veil, Yoda grumbled. Veil? How did he manage this? Kenobi exclaimed. He was pretty sure Del-Katar hasn't been criffing up with the Order lately. The man was simply too busy to have the time even if he wanted to. Master Tai. Yoda gave the much younger man a long-suffered look. Slept with her had. Knew about it, did you? Yes, I was aware. Obi-Wan stammered. This is the fallout? Now that he found hard to believe. He thought he knew Shark Tai. If she was as pissed off as she seemed, it would be like her to try stabbing Del-Katar a few times with her lightsaber. What Kenobi didn't expect was for her to throw him and Ahsoka on the pack of hungry Krathhounds that were the Conservatives. Damn it, Veil. How did this happen? Obi-Wan's tone was resigned. Master T betrayed feels, used, blames Veil she does, believes right Windu was. The Conservatives joined she has. Yoda's ears dropped. I noticed, Obi-Wan muttered. What I felt when I got back, how is the Order as a whole took that the recent changes? Divided we are, confused, scared the Jedi are. Yoda paused, angry. His small frame practically radiated regret. You know, even if he wanted to move against the Order, Veil wouldn't have done it now. The war is going to escalate even further, and the Republic doesn't need another internal division right now. Kenobi didn't know how right he was. Believe his intent, this was not. Yoda grumbled, responsible he still is. Listen to reason the conservative Jedi refuse. Become Mandalore Veil has. Proven their fears he has. So did you. Yoda sent a disappointed look at Obi-Wan that made him feel like a little boy caught stealing sweets from the kitchens. Well, it was Yoda who caught him doing it that one time. I'm sorry, Master Yoda. However, I might regret the consequences of my actions and how they affect the Jedi Order. I don't regret marrying Satine. It was the right call for the two of us. Yet, causing further strife among the Jedi, the only family he had known until this last few weeks, tore him up inside. Yoda grumbled quietly. Perhaps mistaken we were. Emotions, unsure am I. Does as taught Master Tian, the best interest of the Jedi he has, the code he follows. By traditions he swears. Yoda looked sad at the admission. Once I would have agreed. Now? I'm not sure if our traditions and reading of the code could be called wrong. What I can see is that they simply aren't right for all Jedi in the Order. That's something I've been tormented by for months now, torn between rigid tradition and a single understanding of the code and what I've seen and experienced in the wider galaxy. Some might reach a different conclusion. I believe that's what's happening right now, at least in part. What I experienced out there, he pointed at the sky far above the ceiling of the room, is the simple fact that our code doesn't work so well when confronted by the outside world. Perhaps it's our understanding of it that is flawed. Or just the galaxy is too messed up. I don't know. Obi-Wan shrugged. Above politics we were, stood aside galactic affairs we did, best of intentions we had, Yoda muttered. A part of the galaxy we were. I'm not sure that the rest of the galaxy ever saw us that way, Obi-Wan interjected. Number act we did, command we took, the Clone Wars we fight. Apart we are not, Yoda added. To the Senate we must go. The Grandmaster's eyes suddenly widened and he looked disturbed. Veil's hearing should be starting soon, Obi-Wan added. Master Teal there will be. Speak he will. Yoda jumped from his low-placed bed, and the force around them trembled as he used it to revitalize his ancient body. He's about to do something stupid, isn't he? Obi-Wan groaned, as if veil wasn't enough. Equals RK equals. Senate chambers, Senate building, Coruscant. This place looks much better than the last time, I muttered when we entered the place where the galaxy fate was decided on a daily basis, supposedly at least. The lack of terrorists is refreshing, Palpatine snarked. We went in together so the Chancellor could show his support for my cause. His large security detail fanned out and spread around our primary exit, and we headed for Palpatine's platforms, followed by the hulking figure of Maz Amedda, the Vice Chair of the Senate. He was Palpatine's creature. The only thing I wasn't sure if that has always been the case, or if it happened after Valorum had his vote of no confidence. It didn't really matter nowadays. Amedda was likely to be an ally for the time being, and in the long term, I would lose if I played the political game against someone as established as Palpy and his cronies. That's why my bet was on the military. The chamber was already buzzing from thousands of beings talking, and that sound raised up to crescendo once we boarded Palpatine's personal pod and ascended to the center of the room. A lot of senators jeered when they saw me, but what sounded like an equal number actually cheered my presence. Even if he was going to take credit as the man who had the foresight to give me my commission in the Gar, Sidious had to chafe under sharing the limelight and even influence with me. That was something I was going to enjoy in private. Now it was time for a bloody circus. I suffered through the formalities, and soon enough it was time to answer the Senate. The noise that followed was deafening, but soon enough it was clear who would be my first inquisitor for the day. It made sense, really. A single pod raised up until it was on the same level as us, and I had a great view of its occupants. 3 Cathars stood proudly in it, 2 large males flanking their senator, a lithe, furious-looking female. They all wore traditional garb, grey suits with a crimson sash across their chest, held in place by golden brooch shaped like a lion, well Cathar head. Considering that the Mandalorians drove their species to near extinction during the First War between my people and the Republic, it made sense that the Cathar would be first to raise in opposition to my new title. On the other hand, I fought besides their people when multiple clans joined us against the Republic after Imperial intelligence rescued a political prisoner held on Belsavis for decades by SIS. The males were of the subspecies that were practically bipedal lions complete with manes, white-furred in their case. They looked more than mean enough to fit their roles as bodyguards. The senator, on the other hand, had a short golden fur and a long hair tied up in a braid that went well past her waist. Chancellor Palpatine. The senator gave him a respectful blow. Mandalore. She bared her teeth in a clear threat. Yeah, certainly not a fan. Senator, I'm afraid we aren't acquainted. I spoke calmly, doing my best to present myself as a reasonable fella. I'm Senator Silvaris Mandalore. She introduced herself, putting emphasis on my new title. While it was obvious what she was doing, it didn't make it any less effective. I've hoped that after their civil war, the Mandalorians finally learned their lesson and were finally ready to turn another page. I'm saddened to see them going back to their old murderous ways. How long would it be before the Republic will have to fight the Mandalorians again? And this time it will be with almost perfect intelligence. Isn't this true, General? She glared daggers at me. Almost everyone from the Outer Rim that had remained loyal to the Republic, instead joining the Confederacy, were shouting their support. An unintended consequence of me becoming Mandalore was going to be a stiffening support for the CIS among all their members that had clashed with my people in the past. If I have anything to say about it, never. I spoke aloud. We've all spent too much time wasting precious lives and resources trying to kill each other in the past. And that's what the conflict between Mandalore and the Republic is. An artifact of a bygone era. My people didn't suddenly change yesterday or last week. They didn't change just because I hold the title of Mandalore. I gave the Senate a reassuring smile and waved a hand to encompass the chamber. The simple truth is that we have no issues with the Republic. No reason whatsoever to wage war against it. In fact, one of the reasons why I'm here in my official capacity as Mandalore is to seek a military alliance against the Confederacy, the madmen who are our real enemy, an enemy to the Republic and Mandalore both. Nice empty words. Silverus nodded. Why should we believe a Mandalore? It hasn't worked so well in the past. In the past, the Republic and Mandalore were long-standing enemies. Yet it's been a long time since a state of peace had reigned between our nation. My people fought a civil war against what you fear. Maniacs like the now-defunct Death Watch who would have seen the galaxy burn for their own gain. We fought them just a few weeks ago, them and their backers in the Confederacy. While we paid a steep price in both Mandalorian lives and those of our allies in the Republic who fought side by side with us, we won again and put a stop of that nonsense, hopefully permanently this time. My smile grew. In fact, that's one of the primary reasons why I seek an alliance with the Republic. Fighting together against a common foe like the Confederacy will make what you fear even less likely than it's today. Honorable warriors don't one day simply turn around and stab the people they fought beside in the back. There would be no honor, no glory in such an act, not to mention the little part that doing so would make no sense for Mandalore as a whole. I see. What about your conflict of interests? You're Mandalore now. You can't be one of the highest-ranking generals in the Republic military at the same time. From your words, it's clear you'll do what's best for Mandalore and its people. That's not necessarily what's best for any Republic soldiers you might command in the time or in the interests of the Republic. The Cathar woman was undaunted. What's more, you could clearly hear the conviction ringing in her every word. If I may field that question, Palpatine interjected and offered Silverus his best grandfatherly smile. I wondered if he had it patented. That exact issue wasn't lost to the good general, nor to me or the officers in the Grand Army. In fact, at first opportunity, General Vale approached me about the problem. Senator Silverus, you can rest assured that we view the issue as important. In fact, we even reached a solution that I hope will allay your fears. What is that solution? Is Mandalore resigning from the Grand Army? Silverus asked hopefully. While the offer was made, me and Republic High Command refused it. Now Palpy looked severe. Just to cover our assess, I actually made such an offer to Valentra from the Chancellor's office shortly before we had to come here. Teller wasn't amused. This time both sides were equally outraged. Silverus's allies were furious that my so-called resignation offer hadn't been accepted, and that I hadn't been kicked out of the army as soon as I made it. Those who wanted the Republic to have as many allies as it could get were pissed off at the very idea that the GAR might lose one of its most effective commanders. All the commotion irritated Ameda a lot. It was part of his job to keep things in the chambers more or less civil. It took him a few minutes to have the noise down to just a dull roar so Palpatine could be heard. Precisely because the issues you raised, Senator Silverus, General Vale will no longer be in command of all Republic combat units. The Chancellor used the opportunity to make her share the blame for everything that might happen once I wasn't holding my current position and responsibilities. If things went bad during the CIS offensive, Palpy would need scapegoats, and guess who volunteered to shoulder the blame? I was sure that he'll be using the next month to convince the public that this whole thing was the brainchild of certain senators who conveniently were causing him problems. And when something goes wrong, which was a given, he was going to remove some of the opposition within the Senate after hanging the responsibility for any setbacks on their insistence that I couldn't keep my current job. Considering that this maneuver was likely to keep my hideout of at least some political complications down the line, I wished Palpy luck. It also reinforced the fact that I shouldn't go against him in the political arena. Doing so would be unwise. That's a relief, Chancellor. Silverus relaxed a bit. Considering General Vale's change of status and some issues that were brought to my attention concerning problems coordinating command between the Grand Army and some of our forces that aren't technically part of the Republic Army, I'll likely announce the creation of a unified command structure between the GAR, Mandalore, and the various armed forces of systems like Corellia. The primary goal will integration of our armies and navies to better fight this war and resolving any issues about who is supposed to be in command long before our boys and girls could reach the front lines. As a pilot command under that initiative, we'll be creating a single integrated unit under the command of General Vale, which will include Republic, Corellian, and Mandalorian forces. Lessons learned after the first months of operations will be then used to speed integration of our militaries and figure better how to more efficiently expand the UCS. Palpy smiled. And no, the UCS moniker won't be the final name of that initiative. It's simply less of a mouthful than the rest that were proposed. I'll give Palpy that, even without using the Force, the man was damn charismatic. When he spoke, the senators listened, even if at least half of them were quite furious by what he was actually telling them. I simply couldn't pull something like that off without leaning on the Force to figure out what I should be saying, at least when speaking to civilians or politicians. Ameda was quite busy once again, and Silverus was busy giving us both death stares. Palpatine simply gave her an apologetic shrug. Before Ameda could restore order, our attention was caught by a pod-breaking protocol and heading our way. That made the senators quiet down so they could see and hear what the criff was happening. I frowned when I saw someone clad in Jedi robes approaching. In fact, he wasn't alone. There was a short being next to him that was hidden by the bulk of the pod and his companion due to the angle of approach. For a moment I thought it was Yoda, but the color was wrong despite the superficial resemblance. I stretched my perception through the Force and frowned. They were quite powerful for Jedi of this era. Council members was my guess, though I haven't met them. I racked my brain to place names to their faces. I've went over what was publicly accessible about the Order soon after I found myself in this time, but some details had slipped my mind as not too important. Like council members that were more or less non-entities. Apparently that had been a mistake that might very well be biting me on the arse right about now. Chancellor Palpatine. The tall Jedi spoke in a booming voice and bowed. I'm sorry to interrupt these proceedings, however the Jedi Council has issues that have to do with the subject in this hearing. I regret the fact we were unable to give you more warning. Master Teen and Master Piel, was it? Palpatine looked at the Jedi. Both as a Chancellor and an old friend of the Jedi, I always have time for your issues. He showed just the right amount of concern and surprise in his voice and expression. I'm glad to hear it, Chancellor. Teen, the taller, horned one, nodded. For some time, the Jedi Council has had concerns about General Vale. I heard your outrage. He turned around and looked at the senators. How betrayed you feel when Vale chose to seize power and become Mandalore. The Jedi Master glared at me. I'll ask you something. Why are you surprised? Some of us saw a thing like this coming, yet our warnings fell on deaf ears because it was convenient at the time. Teal took a deep breath and pointed an accusing finger at my chest. Right here for all of you to see stands a Dark Lord of the Sith. One who thousands of years ago engineered the fall of the Old Republic as Darth Vader. I don't know what Sith sorcery allows him to stand here today so he could spread his lies and corruption in an age we all believed. No hoped that the Sith were gone for good. The good news was that Palpy was glaring at the Jedi, and I was pretty sure if this was a setup, it wasn't one of his doing. Not when Sidious stood at an arm's length from me. Unless he has lost all his marbles, the Chancellor couldn't know how dangerous I truly was, and wouldn't engineer such a public confrontation with him in the epicenter of it. However, the Senate was another matter. Those pissed off that I had given the Mandalorians a leader in myself and fearing the ghosts of an ascendant Mandalore behind me. They were listening. Ameda tried to silence the Jedi, but a glare added by a subtle pulse of the Force kept him quiet. Such a blatant use of Force powers here and now by the Jedi of all people put me on edge. I was suddenly glad to have my lightsaber on me. Wearing an armor with integrated shields was a good thing too, just in case the Jedi went crazy. Well, crazier. At least if things didn't go too badly, they were going to give me and Palpatine more than enough rope to hang them with it and make the Jedi Order as a whole non-entity. Because of this man's corrupting influence, just a short time ago, the Jedi Council was forced to expel one of our own. A Jedi Master who was an example for us all became corrupted in just a few months of interaction with this Sith and forced our hand. Teal pointed at me again. He almost succeeded in corrupting a second Jedi Master too. If he did that a third time, I might just give in the temptation to grab his hand and break that finger. Consequences be damned. Teal looked at the Chancellor, then at Ameda, before his eyes swept over the chamber. If he did that, we should ask ourselves who else he has corrupted. Who has he deceived? Who will be his next victim? And I can promise you, if Delcatar Vale isn't removed from power right here and now, we'll all live to regret it. How long before the democracy we're sworn to protect is replaced by a new Sith Empire with him in charge? How long before he twists and corrupts the Republic in something that even the monsters running the Confederacy will find terrible to behold? I couldn't help it and started laughing. Me, a criffing emperor and having to do the bloody job? No thanks. Well, whatever Teal and Piel was it, expected me laughing my ass off for the whole Senate to see, wasn't it? Even Palpatine gave me one glance and snorted. You had me going there for a moment, I muttered before laughing again. Teal glared at me. Funny, is it? Recently, for all we know, you were the one behind Dooku's fall and the Confederacy and are merely playing us against each other for your own sick amusement. Piel spoke for the first time. Curiously, the Senate was actually silent this time. This kind of show wasn't something they saw every day, not between Jedi and Sith. Nowadays, that was the stuff of legends. Dooku was a Jedi, someone shouted. How do we know he ever truly left? Now that accusation ignited the crowd, and everyone began shouting. The commotion was so big, and my attention was centered on the Jedi Masters in front of me, that I didn't notice the approach of yet another pod. This one holding Yoda and Obi-Wan. When they reached us, earning themselves glares from Teal, the noise was so loud that there was no way in hell we could hear each other, even if we were shouting. Well, criff that. I took a deep breath and gathered the force around me, making the Jedi Masters take a wary step back. Silence, I screamed, and my voice echoed around the chamber. Now, if we can all act as grown-ups, it will be appreciated. That's me, the consummate politician. Master Yoda. Palpatine beamed at the tiny Jedi. I hope you might shed some light over, well, this. He waved at Teal and Piel. Am I to understand that they speak for the Jedi Order because the timing of your arrival indicates otherwise? Yoda looked quite disgruntled and appeared to want to be anywhere but here. I almost sympathized to the little fella. A big feature in the Sith Empire was if one of your subordinates criffed up publicly in such a fashion, you could force choke them or something then and there, thus removing the headache permanently. The Jedi Council split is. Half supports this. Yoda reluctantly pointed at Teal. Expelled Master Obi-Wan Kenobi was. Not totally unexpected, but still quite a dumb move. Unfortunately, it was obviously where Teal and company was coming from, and there was probably no way to appease them without putting myself in Jedi custody to spend the rest of my life under close guard. That or simply died where I stood. Naturally, I wasn't going to oblige them. What I might have to do is to move against the Order myself. In Yoda lost the obvious power struggle, or the likes of Teal forced my hand. Such an outcome was going to be ugly, and it was the last thing we needed right now when we should be preparing for the inevitable CIS onslaught. I see. Palpatine trailed off. I was sure he was leading a valiant fight, not to fall down laughing his ass off. Am I to understand that the Jedi Council is divided, and you thought it was a good idea to bring that out here for everyone to see? And accusing a Republic general with exemplary record, not to mention a foreign political leader, of what amounts to treason too. The Chancellor's face became a severe mask. Master Teal, Master Piel, I hope you have proof. Solid one. What a solid proof would be, Chancellor, Senator Silvaris asked. The Jedi Masters are correct. We all apparently forgot what Mandalore truly is. I wonder if it simply slipped our minds because we fixated on his positions as a general and Mandalorian leader, or how they put it, Sith sorcery. After all, we all know he has certain powers. Some of us were right here in this building when he used them against the terrorists and Confederacy droids who took us hostage. Many of us died that day. Now I have to wonder how much of that was inevitable. How many died not because we couldn't be saved thanks to the Confederacy planning their attack well enough, but because Vale wanted them to die. The Cathar shouted her accusation at me. This time there was no easy way to calm down the senators. Silvaris earned herself an approving nod from Teal and a disappointed look from Palpatine. The Chancellor shook his head and went next to Ameda so he could shout something in the man's ear. The large alien nodded and began fiddling with a mechanism built in his ceremonial staff. A deafening gong sounded, followed by a loud announcement, "The Senate will be in recess until 6 o'clock this evening." I repeat, the Senate will be in recess until 6 o'clock in the evening. I looked at Palpatine, who waved helplessly at the chamber around us and activated the recall function of our pod. He waved for Yoda and Kenobi to follow us and ignored the people in the other two pods. As cluster criffs go, this was a new experience. If this what democracy, republic style meant, I might just as well ignore my plans for reforming the whole criffing thing. That left me with figuring out who to use as a controllable emperor, because the last thing I wanted was the never sufficiently criffing job. If I could trust Palpy not to stab me in the back or, well, create his own quagmire of an empire, I might have been tempted in keeping him around. The moment we were out of the chambers, the noise cut down significantly. At the same time, a quite worried security detail fell in place around us. If you haven't, call in for reinforcements. This might get yet more ugly. I advised the clone in charge of keeping Palpy in one piece. Already done, sir. Just so you know, General, most of us don't believe that. He waved helplessly at the madhouse behind us. I know. I gave him a reassuring nod. Well, this didn't go according to plan. You think? Palpatine shot back in an out-of-character sarcastic tone. For just a moment I glimpsed a combination of glee and fury coming from the other Sith. Then his shields were firmly in place before Obi-Wan and Yoda could come behind us and sense anything beyond the mixed emotions of the senators, who were growing even more frantic. 117th. Chapter 30. Part 1. Phase 30, A Different Galaxy. =RK equals. Part 1. Chancellor's Office, Senate Building, Coruscant. Palpatine made his way to his comfortable chair and crashed into it. To think things were finally looking up just a tiny bit before those never sufficiently damned idiots. Bah, Jedi. He should have known they would find a way to criff everything up. Speaking about them, the Chancellor leveled a flat stare at the pair that walked in after Vale. Master Yoda, Master Kenobi. Despite all his experience in politics and Durasteel self-control, keeping his tone clipped and curt was all he could do while struggling with overwhelming need to fry the closest Jedi with Sith lighting. An explanation is in order, a good one. What he said. The general nodded and crossed his arms while giving a pointed look at the Jedi. It's your fault, Kenobi pointed at Vale. How did you figure that out? Some of your people have been on my case ever since Windu lost it and almost attacked me while I was risking my life saving Jedi lives. Moments like these make me wonder why I bothered. The other Sith grumbled. Well, besides the good PR, Palpatine had to wonder the same thing. Letting the idiots die would have prevented so much headaches. Shark T. Apparently she believes that you seduced her, slept with her, and then discarded her for power and Mandalorian bride. Obi-Wan shot back. You slept with a Jedi Master? Palpatine asked. A trace of indignation crept in his voice. What the criff? Sidious had been stuck playing the kind old man, trying his best to keep the Republic from imploding thanks to idiot senators, and seldom had the opportunity to go out and have a bit of fun, which consisted mostly of removing complications to his plan. Vale, on the other hand, had all the fun. Leading battles, apparently literally criffing up the Jedi and enjoying every moment of it. Sidious had seldom loathed someone in his life as much as Vale and the Jedi in general right now. He barely bit off a snarl and had to make a valiant effort to reveal his nature as a Sith in front of the Jedi's Grandmaster. At this moment, Sidious had no trouble believing that Vale was a Sith of old, and because of it, hated both the man and Bane. The founder of his Sith Order had taught his apprentice that the old Sith were short-sighted fools. That stealth and keeping a low profile would make the Banites ultimately triumph and see the Jedi crushed once and for all. And yet, Vale stood right here, proudly proclaiming his status for all the galaxy to see, and no one but the Jedi appeared to care. By the Force, because of that revelation, the Jedi were too busy tearing themselves apart. It would be hilarious if it wasn't the danger that they just might bring down Palpatine's ambitions for a galactic empire along with the Republic if something wasn't done about the fools. If he only knew all it took was revealing his nature, Sidious would have been tempted to do it himself. Yet now it wasn't the time nor the place for such a stunt. Doing something this audacious might just be one push too many, and lead to the Republic flying apart at the worst possible moment. I'm afraid I missed that. This revelation came in as a shock. Palpatine trailed off. He hadn't been paying attention for a bit. That's one way to put it. Vale shrugged. If it was my intention to seduce and corrupt Master T, as you put it, I wouldn't have criffed it up. She would either be turned or dead. What happened about the no attachment part your conservatives are preaching? There's nothing forbidding sex in your rules or the Jedi Code. Just attachments. The general snipped back. Palpatine raised both eyebrows at that idea and gave the Jedi a speculative look. Did the Jedi of all people had more fun than him too? He dismissed the idea. They wouldn't have been able to keep it low profile, right? Delcatar, you of all people should know something about women. I've read about your exploits back in the day, Obi-Wan stated flatly. Sleeping with women after they've tried to kill you, or before you try to kill each other, isn't exactly the greatest endorsement in that regard. On the other hand, having a lots of sex with many different women kinda made up at least in part for dealing with copious amounts of deranged lunatics on daily basis. I hoped the latter was done for when I found myself in the future. But you Jedi took up the slack after just a few months of peace and quiet. Vale shook his head. Obi-Wan gave out a long, suffered sigh. Criff it all, sex was overrated for a Sith. Right? Sidious shook his head and wondered how this surreal conversation started. He was sure the Jedi were to blame. Somehow. No matter how interesting this topic is, I believe we aren't here to discuss the General's sex life, even if it's the reason for this debacle. Palpatine grumbled. Don't look at me. It's not my fault the Jedi couldn't handle their affairs as an adult. Shak Ti trying to skewer me with her lightsabers next time we meet would have been perfectly understandable. If what you insinuate is true, and she's to blame for practically pushing the Order to splinter, that's a big no-no in a time of war. Obviously you have a long history with women trying to kill you. I wonder why. Obi-Wan snarked. Number Sidious grunted. He wasn't even going to think about it. It was irrelevant with how many Jedi or Sith Vale had slept. The important thing was that the Jedi obviously had access to records he lacked, and they were convinced that Delcatar Vale was indeed a Sith of old, which changed things. And while thinking about the past, Criff Bane too. So much for the superiority of the Banites when all it took for the Jedi to be marginalized and on the way to extinction was a single one of the old Sith reappearing. Palpatine took a deep breath and focused. I've obviously gotten one shock too many today because my thoughts are drifting. Might you be so kind to clear up a few things for me? The Chancellor asked sweetly. First, you believe that the good general is really a Sith from the time of the Great War that happened almost 4,000 years ago. That he is. 4,000 years old, and he's still able to cause trouble for everyone. Obi-Wan grumbled. I aim to please. Besides, it's not like you have a reason to complain. If it wasn't for me pointing out some truths, you would still be single and brood worse than Skywalker. Kenobi let out a long, suffered sigh as if to say, you see what I have to deal with. Good to know. Second, am I to understand that the corruption Masters Teal and PL talked about was that the general slept with an adult woman and then proceeded to aid you in marrying Duchess Satine Kryze? And before it slips my mind, congratulations for your marriages. Palpatine waved at Vale and Kenobi. I think you have covered it, Chancellor, unless I'm mistaken. The general looked at Yoda, who stood slumped over his cane. True that is. You betrayed her Master Tai believes. Convinced your actions sinister are, she is. Threat to the Jedi she sees you. The Grandmaster spoke quietly. From where Sidious stood, Shak Ti was correct. Vale's very existence was tearing the Order apart, and the foolish woman was unwittingly helping him. Palpatine would applaud her under different circumstances, perhaps even trying to recruit her. However, with the woman far away on Camino and he himself being stuck on Coruscant, dealing with an ever-increasing amount of idiocy, that was simply out of the question for the time being. Still, he was going to keep her in mind in case Master Tai didn't piss off Vale enough with her meddlesome ways that disposes of her if he met her before Sidious got the chance. Master Yoda, I know that my words and tone aren't fit for someone in my position, but I have to ask, what the criff is wrong with you people? Jedi Masters coming in front of the full Senate and accusing one of the best generals the Republic has, in the middle of a war, for her very survival of what amounts to high treason. Because he slept with an adult woman, even if she's a Jedi Master. Oh yes, the general helped another Jedi Master marry. That's so sinister and corrupting I'm at loss for words. Have you people lost your criffing minds? Palpatine stood up and shouted. Criff it all, at this rate he was going to reveal himself as a Sith before the hour was out. I've been wondering the same. Vale had the temerity to be amused by the whole mess, making Palpatine loathe him even more, if that was physically possible. Emotions, attachments. Path to the dark side they are. The conservative Jedi stand against it. Corrupting the Order Vale is, they believe. Luring Jedi to the dark side they see him. The death of the Order they fear. Desperate they are, Yoda explained. At any other time, Sidious would be cheering. A big faction of the Jedi getting desperate, criffing everything up and forcing the Gar to step up and purge them on the eve of the Confederacy coming to win the war with an armada or two was the worst timing ever. It was sheer madness. Then again, Jedi. Why was he surprised? Calm down, look at the situation from the bright side, Palpatine thought. Once the substance behind the Jedi's accusations became public, something he would ensure happened later today, the Order was going to be finished sooner rather than later. Plan. He needed plan. Figure out how to prevent the situation from further blowing in everyone's faces, if at all possible, and once the Jedi were out of sight, have a chat with Vale about a contingency plan for purging the Order, rebuilding Gar Officer Corps while keeping morale up before the CIS onslaught hit. The Sith Lord had the sneaking suspicion that no matter what he tried, the Jedi were going to criff things up even more spectacularly and force his hand. He almost laughed. Here they were, two Sith Lords conspiring how to keep the Jedi from committing a collective suicide. The Force sure had a twisted sense of humor. This madness ends now. Palpatine slammed a fist into his desk. Master Yoda, what exactly is the situation within the Jedi Order? How many of you support the agenda of Masters Teal and PL? The answer of that question was hopefully not too many. What was even more concerning was how many senators allied to that infuriating Cathar woman were going to listen to those two lunatics. They were going to be a huge headache, and Palpatine was determined to place any setback caused by the Separatists squarely on their shoulders, then hang them all with them. He would tremendously enjoy doing so, provided that the Republic was still standing, and he was still a Chancellor when the dust settled. It was unfortunately that various fools made that more and more unlikely lately. Evenly divided the Order is. Things worse Master T did. Yoda glared at Vale, who shrugged. You can't simply order them to cease and desist until the war is over, can you? Palpatine sighed. Of course not, criffing Jedi. Yoda simply shook his head. Master Yoda, should I be watching my back for Jedi assassins? All humor was gone from Vale's faces. You're aware what happened the last time. I let my grudge go because the Jedi Order I knew had been destroyed a long time ago. If Jedi-led assassin come after me, or even worse, anywhere near my wife, there will be consequences. The cold fury emanating from Vale made it crystal clear what consequences he had in mind, and Palpatine cursed silently. Under any other circumstances, he would have taken that statement to arrange something and blame it on the Jedi. Now he had to worry what the idiots might do without any prompting from his corner. Why did he want to become Chancellor and later Emperor, Sidious wondered, because right then and there, the ultimate power he would wield if his plan succeeded didn't seem worth it. This time Palpatine was paying attention and saw how Obi-Wan winced at Vale's words. From what Sidious gathered, Darth Vader had been married and his wife assassinated, though his records were ambiguous on the details. Now knowing that the Jedi were apparently to blame put things into perspective. It also indicated that whatever was Vale's long game, making sure that the Jedi weren't around for it was a given. What Palpatine doubted was that the other Sith had planned for the fools coming apart this soon and in such a spectacular fashion. Well, it wasn't like the Jedi weren't surprising Sidious either. That's enough accusations, gentlemen. I don't care who slept with whom or why. What I want to know is how we prevent this madness from crippling the Republic. Palpatine decided it was high time to stop all this bickering and find a solution. The Senate will be back in session in just a few short hours, and we need solutions. Chancellor, how much support do you enjoy in the Senate right now? Would it be enough when combined with Amidala and Mothma's little clique and Corellian support to keep Silverus's cronies from winning any vote they might force? Vale asked. So his meeting last night had been productive. That was good for the time being. We should have the support of at least 2/3 of the Senate at best. Some of the new senators are still wild cards, and it's anyone's guess how they would vote after the earlier commotion, Palpatine said after thinking about it for a few seconds. They still don't know about the intelligence reports, do they? A thin smile appeared on the general's face. They shouldn't, unless someone in ONI or SIB talked, in which case I'll make personally sure they get what's coming for them. Palpatine smiled back. It wasn't a nice smile. What intelligence? Obi-Wan asked warily. You know that CIS offensive, we all know it's coming soon, Vale asked. Obviously not enough about it. Kenobi deadpanned. Intel finally got reasonably accurate estimates. The general cited the conservative numbers, making Obi-Wan groan. I believe you see why I'm so upset. Palpatine grumbled and received a nod from Kenobi. Some will find the existence and contents of those reports convenient, Obi-Wan cautioned. And I find this Jedi-created debacle's very existence and timing highly inconvenient. Palpatine shot back. 118th Chapter 30. Part 2. Phase 30. A different galaxy. RK equals. Part 2. GAR Medical Center Green 51. Location classified. Ahsoka was getting more and more frustrated. She has been cooped in the same old space station for about a month now, while she fully recovered from her wounds. Healing her injuries should have taken much less time, and it actually did with the obvious physical ones. A long dip in Bacta solved that issue. Tano's issues ran deeper. She apparently used more force than she could handle before being knocked out back on Geonosis. As a consequence, she had suffered some nerve damage that was thankfully fixable with a lot of time spent in healing trance. That, however, was currently a problem. Thanks to her overload, every time she accessed the Force, Ahsoka felt like being electrocuted. The normally soothing feeling of energy passing through her now lit her nerves on fire. That was the primary reason why she was stuck on this boring space station. To recover in peace and with the help of a truly awful concoction left by Delcatar so she could drink it once per day. If Ahsoka hadn't believed that man an evil Sith, a single taste of the bubbling and frothing thing she had to drink was more than enough to convince her otherwise. It was truly unfortunately that the concoction actually helped her feel better and soothed her body, allowing her to enter a healing trance for short periods of time without feeling like screaming her head off in pain. The only bright spot in this whole unpleasant arrangement was a mixed blessing at best. While Ahsoka wasn't actually alone, surrounded by unfamiliar medical personnel and strange clones, Rex and what little remained of the 501st were recovering in the same facility. On one hand, it was great to have some familiar faces around and someone she could talk with. However, even while doing her best not to access the Force and thus avoid pain until she recovered, Ahsoka could still sense the men's feelings. Rex and the other survivors positively loathed Skyguy. To be honest, she had trouble putting in words what they felt towards her former master. Ahsoka wasn't sure that she could disagree with them either, and that sent her head for a spin. What Anakin did. The young Togruta shook her head in frustration. She too liked Padme a lot. In fact, Tano looked up to the senator because of the older woman's unwavering convictions. Ahsoka wasn't really surprised to learn that Skyguy has fallen for Amidala and even married her, no matter it was a breach of the Order's rules. The Padawan actually approved. Tano could even understand where Anakin was coming from. She hasn't been in love, yet she knew that she would do anything within reason to keep the people she cared for safe, even if it wasn't supposed to be that way according to the Jedi Code. That doesn't make me very good Padawan, I guess, Ahsoka mumbled. Tano sighed and opened her eyes, cutting short another unsuccessful attempt at meditation. The same old, painfully familiar white wall greeted her gaze. Her room wasn't particularly good. It was painted an almost blindingly bright shade of white and contained little more than a bed, small locker, and various pieces of bundled-up medical equipment if the place was needed to treat injured soldiers. If it wasn't for a limited connection with the hypernet and some books left by Vale, even with Rex and company around, Ahsoka might have lost it by now. At least she had almost completely recovered. The Padawan was experiencing only an odd, irritating, chaffing feeling when using the Force. Nothing she couldn't handle. The best thing was that she had only 2 doses of that terrible drink left, and that she should be free to go. A mischievous smile appeared on her face. The latest news she saw were quite entertaining, and Ahsoka couldn't wait to find out the real scoop once she was back to her master. To think that Obi-Wan of all people would marry a Mandalorian duchess at that. For sure that was going to send the whole order for a spin. Apparently the same was true for Vale, who got hitched too. Ahsoka frowned. Neither of them called about it. It was irritating. At least she could understand it, with Grievous attacking Mandalore and making a mess of the place, then Del-Katar becoming Mandalore. Ahsoka was sure that they both had their hands full lately, but was it so hard to pick up a comm unit and call? The Togruta shook her head in irritation. She couldn't wait to be out of this place and give them a piece of her mind. She could have been recovering either with them on Mandalore, a CIS attacks notwithstanding, or back in the Jedi Temple. It had to be less boring there, right? Ahsoka's comm unit beeped and she frowned. Usually no one but Rex and a few of his buddies called. In fact, I forgot about the card game, didn't I? The Padawan frowned. There weren't many ways to pass the time here, and playing cards was one of the better. And wasn't that a sad state of affairs? Ahsoka got herself out of her meditation position, stretched and headed towards the mess hall. She groaned while passing through depressingly familiar and uniform grey corridors. It was like the whole station was designed to bore patients out of their minds so they could be in a hurry to get back on the battlefield. That actually made sense, and people called the Sith evil. The mess hall was disgustingly ordinary, no more different than any other the GAR had either at barracks planetside, space stations, or ships. Whoever designed this needed to be spaced without the benefit of a suit or worse. Ahsoka scanned the mess hall's occupants. On the far right were the kitchens, where a group of droids were busy cooking and serving food. At least the eating here was much better than the MREs Ahsoka had to eat often while on a mission. It wasn't nothing spectacular, especially compared to Dax's steaks, but it was still quite tasty, and there was usually more than enough of it, especially meat. As a Togruta, Tano emphatically approved of the protein-rich diet. The rest of the mess hall was what everyone should expect. Rows of plain metal tables surrounded by benches bolted to the floor in case something went wrong and gravity was lost. There were half a dozen groups of clones eating dinner along with 2 groups of normal soldiers, Axanar Rangers, and the remains of tank crews that ran afoul of Confed heavy weapons. The Padawan found Rex surrounded by a group of 501st survivors in the corner to the right. They had commandeered a table there and even had snacks. Ahsoka still wasn't sure how the Legion's quartermaster was able to procure the oddest things while trying to adjust to his prosthetic legs. "Ahsoka, over here." Rex waved at her when he noticed her. The Padawan cracked a smile and waved back. "What will it be tonight? Sabak, Pazak, or something more exotic?" the Togruta asked. "Where are the others?" she continued. Only Rex, Echo, Fives, and Boomer were at the table. "Got bored with cards and up to no good, I'll wager." Boomer shrugged. Either that or watching reruns of Skywalker being escorted to a detention center. "We owe whoever smuggled that video a case of Corellian brandy or whatever they like." Echo nodded enthusiastically. "Watching that bastard being marched to prison made my day." "I saw," Ahsoka muttered. To say that her feelings were mixed would be a joke. She still admired Skyguy and saw him as both her teacher and a great big brother. Yet at the same time she couldn't help but hate him for what he did to the 501st and all those other poor bastards who trusted him with his lives. "What do you think?" Rex asked his brothers. "I'm sick of Sabak." Echo shrugged. "Pazak too, to be honest. It's gotten kinda old." "I want to shoot droids." Boomer shrugged. "What about you, Ahsoka?" Rex asked. "Same old, still bored out of my skull." The Padawan sat across the commander and slumped over the table. "I can't wait to get out of here. What about you? Any news? How long before you're leaving? I'm stuck here for at least a week, so the doc can be sure my implants won't create any complications. Rex grumbled. All Ahsoka really knew about it was that the survivors of the 501st had been offered the opportunity to receive some experimental enhancements that were going to make them better soldiers. At least a few troopers who were injured bad enough to require a medical discharge were expected to return to service, though in their case it was to be a few more months of additional surgeries and therapy. Others, like Rex, opted for a lighter augmentations which would allow them to return to the front that much faster. On the bright side, I should be clear to talk about some of what I got in here. Rex patted his chest. Once it's reasonably sure there won't be any issues. Neat, so can you bench press super droids or is that classified? Ahsoka asked. It's a surprise, Rex shot back. It's not like shooting droids is your job, boss, Echo quipped. You just leave all the fun to us and be a proper and respectful commander. Rex gave his friend a dirty look. I'll remind you about this the next time I have to drag your ass out of trouble. That's why you're the boss, Echo grinned. Pulling us out of trouble is in the job description. Someone cleared his throat right behind Ahsoka. Commander Tano? Lieutenant Locke, I've got a message for you from the Jedi Council. A clone in a Navy uniform introduced himself. Really? Ahsoka perked up. I'm finally getting out of here, the Padawan exclaimed. Can we come too? Fives pleaded. We're dying of boredom here. Ma'am, you're to report to a medical flight for Kuat tomorrow. From there, you're to board a transport for Alderaan. You're being reassigned to the Agri Corps there, Locke announced. The excited smile froze on Ahsoka's face. Her huge eyes blinked in confusion, and she stared at the lieutenant. Huh, who of you jokers put him up to this? The Padawan glared at Rex and company, who didn't look amused, but just confused. Tano frowned and used the Force to better sense their emotion. Only confusion, all right. Ahsoka turned her eyes to the unlucky lieutenant and glared at him. Please repeat that. I could swear you just told me to go criff out to the Agri Corps. Ma'am, those are your orders. We authenticated them as per SOP. They come from the Jedi Temple, Council codes. The Padawan stared at the junior officer. Did one of her friends get their hands on the codes and was making fun at her expense? Ahsoka dismissed that thought. If someone pulled such a stunt, they would be in so much trouble it wouldn't be funny. What did this leave? This has to be some kind of mistake. Ahsoka shook her head in denial. She was a good Padawan. Sending her to the Agri Crops would mean she wouldn't become a Jedi. That simply couldn't be happening, right? Ahsoka, please calm down. The Padawan flinched when a large hand was placed on her shoulder and squeezed it gently. She looked back at Rex and gave him a wan smile. We still have some time before you should be reporting anywhere, so why don't we make a few calls, the commander suggested. Master Kenobi, I'll speak with him. Ahsoka perked up. Lieutenant, I need to use the comm station. Ma'am. You heard the lady, Lieutenant. Rex glared at his brother. Please lead the way. We all want to hear what General Kenobi has to say about this mess. Yep, there's no way they're sending you to be a what? Farmer or something. You're one of the best Jedi commanders in the whole army, Fives exclaimed. The rest of the 501st voiced their support too. Equals RK equals. Reaching Obi-Wan turned out to be harder than Ahsoka hoped, and that didn't help how she felt. It was only Rex's presence that prevented her from climbing up the walls. It took about an hour before he came in, and the Jedi Master activated his comm. Yes? Ahsoka. Kenobi sounded surprised when he saw she was calling. Obi-Wan, you've got to help me. I just got a message from the Council that I have to go to the Agri Corps. You know what that means. Almost no one comes back from there to become a Jedi. Ahsoka blurted out before she could think. You forgot to mention that, a familiar voice exclaimed off-screen. Ah, is General Vale there too? Ahsoka looked sheepish at letting her mouth run in front of her brain. I'm here too, Snips, and certain someone forgot to mention you're in a bind too. The Padawan was sure Vale was giving a pointed look at her master. I'm afraid it's not that simple, Ahsoka. I was expelled out of the Jedi Order earlier today. Obi-Wan sighed. What? Ahsoka exclaimed along with Rex and company. This really isn't the best time for that conversation. I'll call you later, all right? Obi-Wan looked away from the screen. Is there something else you need to tell us, Master Yoda? Master Kenobi? Or is it just General Kenobi from now on? Another voice asked, and it sounded awfully familiar. Is that the Chancellor? Rex asked. When Ahsoka and his brothers looked at him, the commander shrugged. What? I watched a couple of interviews he gave last night. That sounds like him. Yes, it's the Chancellor, Obi-Wan confirmed. The same Jedi Masters who, in their infinite wisdom, decided to send you to the Agri-Corps for your own good, have been causing problems for everyone today. The former Jedi looked anything but amused at that revelation. Watching any news outlet will give you some idea of the fun we're having here. That was Delcatar. Commander Tano, am I to assume that you don't wish to spend the rest of the war cooling your heels on some force-forsaken agri-world in the middle of nowhere? Will, it's actually Alderaan, but no, I don't. Ahsoka spoke clearly. There had to be a way out, right? Even if the Council had kicked Obi-Wan out. Right. If they did that to a Jedi Master, what chance did she have? The way I see it, at worst, you'll simply have to re-enlist into the GAR if you so desire. That's if there's an issue with you retaining your current rank. That would be a question better answered by the legal department. Worst case, you might have to go to a military academy before being let back in command. However, the general trailed off. If I don't follow the Council's instructions, they'll kick me out of the Jedi Order too, won't they? Obi-Wan, wincing and shaking his head, was all the answer Ahsoka needed. I'll have to think about it. Can I call you later today? She pleaded. We'll be busy tonight, but I'll call back once I find a bit of free time, Obi-Wan said. Thank you, Master, and sorry for interrupting you all. Ahsoka winced at that. It's all right. We needed a bit of distraction anyway. Stay safe, Ahsoka. With those words, Obi-Wan cut the connection. Ahsoka stared at the screen and began shacking. Those utter bastards. Ah! The Padawan shouted as a wave of anger hit her. Hey, Snips, you heard the generals. Rex gave her a one-handed hug. It's going to be all right. You don't have to go if you don't want to. All I've ever wanted was to be a good Jedi, Ahsoka snapped. Weren't there some Jedi General Vale met with on Corellia? I remember reading something about that before Geonosis. Then there's General Kenobi. I'm sure he'll train you if you ask. It's not like the Jedi could stop you if none of you are part of their order, right? Fives asked. I don't know what to do. Ahsoka grumbled. She glanced up at the clones. Thank you guys for trying to cheer me up. Hey, what are friends for? Boomer quipped. To keep you in one piece after you've pissed off every droid in the region. Echo slapped Boomer's back. That was just once, the clone exclaimed. Once was more than enough, Fives added. 119th Chapter 30, Part 3. Phase 30, A Different Galaxy. RK equals. Part 3, Chancellor's Office, Senate Building, Coruscant. There are no more surprises coming from the Jedi Order you two know of today, right? General Vale gave Yoda and Kenobi a pointed look. Don't look at me. The former Jedi shook his head. In flux, the future is. Yoda freely gave up that useless piece of wisdom, and Sidious was sorely tempted to issue Order 66 then and there. Damn the consequences. Cleaning up after the Jedi were gone couldn't possibly be harder than countering their idiocy. Right? Call the conservative Jedi to explain exactly what that supposed corruption is. Vale nodded at Kenobi. Let them explain how Obi-Wan getting married has suddenly made him a murderous rage monster or something. That will go down real well after he put down Grievous and thus made most Republic citizens sleep a bit better. I like this. An almost genuine smile appeared on Palpatine's face, though you'll have to explain to the Senate how you almost corrupted Master Tai and that you didn't become Mandalore just for power. You didn't, right? Sidious gave the other Sith a searching look. It was clear why the general actually did it, but no one really needed a confirmation. Yes, that might work. Bo should be present for that part too, both as a show of support and to confirm that our marriage wasn't simply motivated by political expediency. The general nodded thoughtfully. This will be excellent. If you present it good enough, the media will lap it up. They might stop hounding his office too and go after Vale for a change. Well, at least until the general was off Coruscant. That thought led Palpatine to consider running the Republic from a spaceship or station. There, the access would be even more limited, and a lot of nuisances could be kept away. The same goes for you, General Kenobi. The Chancellor smiled at the former Jedi. We can't have the public believing that you two married just for power, as certain Jedi Masters accuse you of. Considering the likely outcome if those ideas worked, Yoda looked even more distraught and resigned than earlier. Watching the Jedi's Grandmaster in such a state was the highlight of this criffed-up mess for Sidious. After all, it was the green little monster's fault that the Jedi were such a criffed-up mess. That's a good start, and with a bit of luck we'll give rest to the Council's accusations, Vale said. However, what we discussed doesn't do much to reassure the senators fearing the rise of a new militant Mandalore. We can weather that, at least short-term. Deal with the Jedi's accusations, and any motion to move against you or your Mandalorians within the Senate will be squashed. We'll have more subtle problems with the esteemed senator from Cathar and her allies. They'll probably do their best to sabotage any joint project between Mandalore and the Republic outside the strictly military ones, Palpatine mused. The Mandalorian issue was complicated even before the latest entanglements. On one hand, if the Mandalorians were to become useful allies anytime soon, the Republic had to help them recover from the orbital strikes and especially with rebuilding their fleet. They would need a lot of equipment for the army too, at least in the short term. Unless he could convince the Senate to foot the bill and expect repayment after the war, that would be problematic. The simple alternative was a combination of military and economic aid, combined with long-term trade deals that would favor the Republic as a part of the Mandalorians paying for what they need. That was the problem. Silverus and company could either slow down any negotiations or even sabotage them, making things harder. Then there was the simple fact that even if everything went without accident, more powerful Mandalorians meant Vale having a stronger position too, something that Palpatine wasn't looking up to, especially not after just learning that the man actually told the truth about his origins. The ancient Sith had caused all too many troubles and chaos without a solid power base, while starting with nothing but the clothes on his back, in fact. Yet short-term that was of little consequence. Vale couldn't openly move against Palpatine any more than he could do the same against that man. Such an act would be akin to a political suicide at this time and would likely bring down the Republic with them, leaving the galaxy to the Separatists. General Vale, may I suggest that you call and discuss things with you wife? Meanwhile, I need to talk with some of my allies in the Senate, judge how everything is going, and try figuring out what Silverus and those two Jedi Masters are up to right now. Preferably before we reconvene at 6, Palpatine announced. I'll be doing that. Obi-Wan, you might want to talk with Valentra about keeping your rank now that you aren't a Jedi. With a bit of luck, he can help you avoid any legal complications. Unfortunately for Snips, given her age, her case will be more interesting if she decides that farming isn't for her. Sidious gave out a bitter laugh. Once upon a time, he would have found it highly amusing if the Jedi sent one of their more competent members to waste their time in the Agri Corps. Doing so to a military commander who apparently knew what she was doing, when the war was about to enter a critical phase for no good reason. It was enough to want to exterminate them on sheer principle, and it had nothing to do with him being a Sith. General Vale, General Kenobi, when one of you speaks with Commander Tano next time, please send her my regards. Also inform her that the army of the Republic will be diminished if she decides to leave for a more peaceful life as a farmer. If she chooses to remain a military commander, she'll have my personal support and recommendation. Palpatine gave them his best grandfatherly smile. Will do, Chancellor. Vale nodded, and Obi-Wan voiced his agreement a moment later. If that is all, let's go to work, people. We have a republic to keep from imploding. Palpatine stood up to bid goodbye to his visitors. =RK equals. Ambassador's Office, Mandalorian Embassy, Coruscant. We're to ally with the Republic, why exactly? Bo sneered. The sisters were in the ambassador's office discussing their progress on cleaning up the building. The Duchess had taken charge of the building and packed the old ambassador off to a well-deserved retirement back home last night. Then she proceeded to root out any Death Watch sympathizers and had people sweep the embassy for bugs, while Bo was getting bored during the talks with her husband's prospective political allies. It was a sad thing that those were the best he could do on such a short notice, yet better than she actually expected, given the history between their people and the Republic. On a brighter note, the sisters and their people had the embassy more or less secured by noon. Most No people with known DW leanings were either professing their change of heart loud and clear, or had done a runner. Still, Bo had anyone with prior ties to Vizsla's goons sent back home too, in order to avoid any future complications. The place was cleared of bugs, and there were a lot of them, especially devices tentatively identified as Confederate in origin. Bo-Katan and Satine were in the Duchess's newly claimed office, discussing what to do next, a lavishly decorated place that any self-respecting warrior would find gauche at best, when Delcatar's hearing began and they switched on the news to watch. That, in fact, was what prompted Bo's furious exclamation. "We need their resources and fleets, at least until we can rebuild our navy." Satine sighed and gave her an exasperated look. "As you very well know." "It doesn't mean that I have to like it," Bo snapped. "On the contrary, dear sister, as long as there's someone who can see or record you, that's exactly what you're supposed to do. Take it with a smile, no matter what you feel. Do you think I'm amused by where circumstances placed me?" "I don't see you complaining for being in Kenobi's bed," Bo shot back. "I thought you'd outgrown being an airheaded bitch. I guess I was wrong." Satine sighed. "Hey, you aren't the one to act high and mighty," Bo snapped. But then her attention was caught by a commotion on the screen. The cameras showed a pair of Jedi ascending next to where Delcatar and that Cathar woman were verbally sparring. As the show went on, the sister watched it with an ever-growing exasperation. Jedi, and to think that once they were worthy opponents. Bo grumbled. "Are they trying to start another war or something?" She looked at her sister. "You're the politician. What do they wish to achieve by accusing my husband of everything they can think of?" Then Bo snorted. "They forgot to accuse you too. I bet one of the masters they talk about is your husband." She felt furious that the senators dared level accusations in such a disrespectful way against Mandalore. That he was her husband too just made things worse, because for some odd reason she was getting fonder of him as time passed. "Make trouble for us all, that's for sure." Satine had a sour expression on her face. "With this madness going on, we'll have a damn hard time securing the military aid and trade deals we need in order to pay for rebuilding the navy and creating a proper army to fight this war." Well, that escalated quickly. "Satine, please tell me your new Mandalorian's endgame wasn't turning our government inro such a quagmire." Bo waved at the screen, where the senators were getting positively rabbity and the Chancellor had to call a recess. The last thing she saw before the news channel began running a commentary while showing the same videos again and again was her husband leaving with the Chancellor and two other Jedi who apparently tried to rein in their fellows and failed miserably. "Satine." Bo looked at her sister, who refused to answer. "You did, didn't you?" She growled at her sister. "It sounded like a good idea at the time." Satine tried. Bo glanced at the screen that was showing screaming senators. "Uh-huh. If you really believe that, I have a nice vacation spot to sell you. On Tatooine." "This is so not the time." Satine glared at her sister. "Oh, it is." Bo smiled. "Ribbing you prevents me from doing something stupid like going to the Senate and giving them a piece of my mind." "It's a good thing that you aren't our ambassador." Satine groaned. "Hey, I wouldn't want your job even if you paid me premium rate," Bo exclaimed. "You know you aren't a mercenary any longer, right?" Satine grumbled. "I still get paid, just not in money." Bo beamed at her sister. "One of these days we really should compare notes on who's better, a Jedi or Sith. My money is on my Sith." "You know, for a few days I had almost forgotten why we didn't get along." Satine sighed. "What? We get on just great." Bo shook her head. "Enough fun, sister. I'll go make sure the security is at heightened alert. After this, I won't be surprised if we see some trouble. Talk with the Republic officer responsible for keeping order in this sector of Coruscant too." Satine added. "Good idea. See you around and have fun." With Mandalore presumably in talks with the Chancellor right now, I'm largely redundant. Besides, I haven't officially been accepted as an ambassador to the Republic. It was meant to happen tonight, though I doubt it," Satine said. "Equals RK equals." In the next few hours, no trouble to speak of really materialized for the embassy. Nevertheless, Bo had the security on alert, and the Coruscant security major responsible for the area had anti-riot police on standby just in case. Bo was wondering if this was the quiet before the storm, or if simply the events at the Senate had caught everyone by surprise and no one had thought to cause trouble for the embassy on purpose. She guessed that the latter was likely. Besides, no matter how much she wished to crack some heads to relieve her anger, it was for the best if there were no accidents. Bo had just finished a sweep on the perimeter and was heading for the security center when her husband called. She found a secure room where they could talk privately at his request and frowned at his holographic image. "What is this madness in the Senate?" Bo asked. "Certain Jedi doing an excellent job of being a pain in everyone's asses, and all our fans being terrified of what we might become now that Satine's people aren't in charge," came the succinct response. "I'm not sure if I should congratulate you for keeping so calm or be irritated that you didn't show them their place." Bo frowned. "I have no intention of starting another war, much less when we have the Confederacy to worry about. I'm pretty sure that there will be more accusations tonight, especially that I became Mandalore just for the power it gives me. Your buddy the Chancellor just announced that from today you're no longer one of the most powerful men in the galaxy." Bo snorted. "Yep. When all is said and done, no matter how good our people are, they can't compare to the combined might of all Gar combat formations." Delcatar chuckled. Bo smiled at the implied yet she heard in her husband's tone. Not yet indeed. By the time this war was over, who knew? "Did you call because you missed me, or is it something work-related?" Bo asked. "Can't it be both?" Delcatar wigged his eyebrows, making her chuckle. "We had enough fun last night to keep you sated for a bit." "So it's work then." "Hey, I'm a Sith. We have legendary stamina when we put our minds to it." "That was a pleasant surprise and one of the reasons I keep you around." Bo chuckled. "I knew you married me for my body and skills in bed." Delcatar mock-pouted. "Being handy with a lightsaber helped your case too." Bo grinned mischievously. "Both of them. How much trouble is the Senate going to cause us?" "I'm relieved to hear that." Delcatar sighed and the amusement went out of his face. "Potentially a lot. That's why I'm calling. We'll need to present a united front this evening. I'm sure there will be insinuations, if not accusations, that the only reason we married was so I could more easily claim the title of Mandalore. That will play right into the hands of our detractors, won't it? Both here and back home." "Yes, just the accusation will be troublesome if not answered promptly," Delcatar said. "Then we do so. I didn't marry you just to be in bed with the new Mandalore, though I'll admit that's a pleasant feature. I'm enough of a selfish bastard not to marry without reasons besides the political and what's best for Mandalore or the galaxy as a whole. You know, I find that more reassuring than a declaration of undying love. I'll make my way to the Senate, then we can talk face to face. See you soon. =RK=, Senate Chambers, Senate Building, Coruscant. My second appearance in front of the Senate today had a different arrangement. Instead of walking in on the same platform with Palpatine, who was nearby with Yoda and Ameda, I shared one with my wife, along with Obi-Wan and Satine. If someone didn't know better, they might have mistaken us for an oddly attired group of senators. All of us wore our armors to put an emphasis that two of us were Gar generals, among other things. Unfortunately, the situation wasn't what we would have desired. As far as the Chancellor's contacts could figure out, Till and Piel indeed spent the last few hours talking with Senator Silveris and her allies, with the latter actually listening and, more importantly, agreeing with some of the Jedi's concerns. At least as far as we knew, Amidala's cronies were still on board with supporting me for the time being. That alliance combined with Palpy's people in the Senate should be enough to keep the situation from becoming a complete and utter disaster instead of the nasty clustercriff it was. At least we all were on the same page and ready to fend off the inevitable accusations that were going to follow. The big question was how reasonable the conservative Jedi were going to be in presenting their arguments if they got the chance to speak, because they were either going to hang themselves with their words or actually become an even bigger problem. 6 o'clock came and Palpatine opened the session by beseeching the senators to act more professionally than earlier today and then summoning us so we could answer our accusers. As our platform arose to stand beside the Chancellor's, so did that of the Cathar's senator, and she was quite cramped with both her honor guard and the pair of Jedi Masters. Our greeting didn't go much better than the earlier one. This time, Sylvaris was glaring at my wife too, something that made my hackles rise. I wondered if they would try to provoke me by going after Bo. While it wasn't going to work, doing so would place them near the top of my current shit list on general principle. Senator Sylvaris, you and your acquaintances leveled some quite severe accusations at one of the Republic's most accomplished generals in a time of war, no less. I would like to hear what evidence you have and what you mean by claiming that General Vale has been corrupting Jedi. As I understand it, General Obi-Wan Kenobi, another one of our best military officers, is actually one of the people supposedly corrupted. He looks well enough to me. Palpatine spoke slickly. His face was a perfect picture of concern mixed with confusion. We will be glad to make things clear for the Senate, Chancellor. PL stood a bit straighter, though that didn't particularly help him considering that the Jedi Master was perhaps a few centimeters taller than Yoda. As Jedi, we're governed by strict rules, many of which might not make much sense to beings who aren't Force-sensitive. No matter what we might wish, those rules are in place for a reason. Well, Criff, either Piel and Teen were more worldly than I anticipated, or one of the senators they spoke with earlier not only agreed with them, but decided to clue them in. This was going to be much more complicated than I hoped. The rules that are relevant right now are those concerning emotions and attachments, as well as marriage. All those things are forbidden to us as Jedi. Piel continued, prompting some exclamations and a lot of grumbling from the senators. I wondered how much they really knew about the Jedi Order and how the Jedi were supposed to live. There is a very good reason for the existence of those rules. The Force, the source of our so-called space wizardry. Piel actually cracked a small smile at that. It allows us to perform some extraordinary feats. Damn it, why did the Conservatives have to have someone apparently reasonable as a speaker? That is one of the reasons we were called to become officers in the Grand Army of the Republic and continue to defend her in that role. Yet, this power we wield, it comes with a price as with all things. If we allow our emotions to run free, if we allow ourselves to form attachments, for a Jedi, nay, for every Force user, such a thing means to flirt with the dark side. PL paused so his words could sink in. I was tempted to interrupt him, but held my tongue. Even appearing to be concerned by his words might do me a disservice here and now. It might make people wonder if I feared what he had to say, and thus making them consider the Jedi's speech even more seriously. You see, as some of you might know, the source of our powers, the Force, it's not a simple energy field we can use as we would the energy cell of an air car. It has two facets, what we call the light and dark sides, respectively. We Jedi walk in the light and have been using it for millennia to safeguard the Republic from the Sith. Piel glared at me. From the dark side. While we use our powers to heal and protect, which is the essence of the light side, the same can't be said for our ancient enemies. For you see, the dark side twists any who wields her until even his closest friends and family could no longer recognize them. It thrives on fear, anger, and suffering. It compels those who wield it to heinous acts. Every student of history in these chambers knows what the Sith did during their many wars with the Old Republic, and a spectre of that dark time stands right here, claiming to be our ally. That's a nice moving speech, Master Piel. Bravo! I actually applauded the Jedi who was taken aback by my gesture. Shall I answer these accusations now, or should I wait so you could get them all off your shoulders? I asked lightly. Might as well, Sith, Tien shot back. Hopefully he wasn't going to be as eloquent as his buddy. You've weaved a masterful deception that even fooled some members of the Jedi Council itself, integrating yourself into the Republic's army and making yourself indispensable, becoming Mandalore. I'm sure you've prepared a whole speech about how necessary it was, about how you had no choice but to seize power when offered. Yet your actions betray you. They show us a pattern even before we look at our records to see what you did in the past against the Republic. Tien continued to glare at me. It's a clear pattern your actions paint, a convenient one too. Perhaps too convenient. A Sith of old that came from nowhere to offer his services to the Republic, the same nation he spent decades trying to destroy. It was so convenient that you were the only Republic general in a position to take command when our military headquarters was hit during the Confederacy's treacherous attacks upon this very world. It's even more convenient that a short time later you found yourself in command of all Republic combat forces. A virtual unknown with no connection or loyalty to anything or anyone within the nation you're supposed to protect. That's rich after your colleague just announced how attachments are bad for Force adepts, I quipped, then waved him to continue. At least a few senators laughed at that, but too many were listening, either considering believing what Teen was talking about or how to twist his words to suit their own agenda. Then we have what happened on Mandalore. You were sent there to negotiate an alliance or neutralize a potential threat. Yet you spat on your duty to the Republic and grasped at the chance at power the local situation offered you. Here you stand, as Mandalore, no matter the mere fact you hold that position, is a conflict with your oath and duties and a Republic general. Some would call it treason, Tien announced, firing up the senators. This time, Mazameda was able to quiet them down quite fast, yet the evening was yet young. While the commotion was going on, I did my best to look like I wasn't concerned at all by the accusations. Yet I wanted to strangle the bastard. If someone coached Teen and Piel how to relate to the average citizen better tonight, I would want to have a chat with them too. One that would end with a lot of screaming and blood. When the Senate was more or less quiet again, Silverus stepped between the Jedi Masters. This is what we accuse you of. You betrayed your oath to the Republic and your duty by becoming Mandalore. At the very least, you should be removed from any post of power authority within the Republic and can't be trusted with the command of our soldiers. You did your best to become Mandalore, no matter the consequences. Even went far enough to go for a political marriage so you could gain that title, the Cathar announced. Yet that's not all, is it? You're trying to bring the Sith back, aren't you? Silverus gave me a predatory smile. Beside me, my wife stiffened, even if she expected that accusation, and gave a baleful glare to the Silverus. I was pretty sure that if it was to Bo, the Cathar would go extinct along with their senator. I placed a hand on her shoulder and squeezed it, which made her relax a bit. It's sadly true. Despite the ongoing war, despite all the work Mandalore has to do as a Republic general, one of his first actions after revealing himself to the galaxy was to take an apprentice. Some of you may wonder why I'm making such a big deal of this. Am I right? Piel looked around and smiled. After all, a lot of Jedi commanders and generals serve in the army and have their Padawans with them, right? There were a lot of agreeing voices and confusion. The bastard was going to put Arya in the limelight too. Yet shortly after the attacks on Coruscant, you took a second apprentice, didn't you, General? Teen continued. Not just a random Force sensitive you ran into while discharging your duties. Oh no. You took a dark Jedi under your wing, one of Dooku's disciples. Arya Astra, the Chiss woman who led the attack on the Jedi Temple itself. Tien all but roared at me, making the whole Senate buzz at that news. While Arya's identity wasn't a secret, I had done my best to keep her past exploits a low profile in order to minimize friction with the Jedi. So much for that idea. Instead of having her face a trial for her crimes, you rewarded her for murdering Jedi by offering her training, by making her even deadlier killer. I wonder how long it would be before you deem here ready and unleash it upon us. How long it would be until this body, nay the whole Republic, is under your sway and turns into something we couldn't recognize. It was a good thing that my patience had been forged under the ranting of Sith Lords who had the power and inclination to torture me to death, practically bring me back and repeat if I interrupted their speeches. That's the primary reason I didn't do something foolish, no matter how irritating I found those two Jedi Masters. Well, they were right. Generally speaking, even if they got all the details and my motivation wrong. Nevertheless, your average Sith from my era would have pulled off something similar if they could control their urges well enough. That or joined the Confederacy so they could usurp control from Dooku and continue with the newest replay of the Sith versus Jedi and Republic war. Is that all, Master Teen? Any more accusations? Perhaps about kicking puppies and stealing candy from toddlers too, I quipped. I wouldn't put it past a Sith, he shot back. The sad thing is, I knew Sith who found such stunts amusing. That's quite the long list. You make me sound as the love child of Dooku and Grievous. and image I won't thank you about." I shuddered. "I didn't need that either," Bo grumbled quietly. "It's an impressive list of accusations. I'll give you that. However, I wonder why you didn't speak more about me corrupting Jedi. After all, you started with that earlier today." I smiled and patted Obi-Wan's back. "I present you one count of corrupted Jedi. You expelled him about it earlier today because of it too." I made a grand gesture towards the senators. "You can see him, right? General Obi-Wan Kenobi. The negotiator, as the media loves to call him. He's been rather famous for his exploits as a peacekeeper even before the war began, one of the main reasons why he earned that moniker. Some of you probably recognize his wife, who is standing beside him, Mandalore's new ambassador to the Republic, Satine Kenobi, formerly Kryze, the same woman who struggled for years to bring peace to our people, but unfortunately the terrorists of the now-defunct Death Watch organization and the separatists conspired to lay waste to her efforts. Satine gave the senators a regal nod, but refused to acknowledge them otherwise. Sylvaris and her friends could have been invisible as far as she was concerned. It's a curious thing, the reason why Obi-Wan was removed from the Jedi Order. Look at him. One of the Republic's greatest peacekeepers fell in love with a woman he had so much in common with when they met at the end of the Mandalorian Civil War and did their best to stop that senseless fighting which turned us against each other. Is it so surprising that they fell in love? What I find wrong in this whole affair is that Obi-Wan had to deny his love for more than a decade or risk sanction from the conservative members of the Jedi Order. But enough of me. I nodded at Obi-Wan. I'm not their Sith Master, as the esteemed masters PL and Teen practically accused me of being. My friends, my family in fact, can speak for themselves. Kenobi took a step back and leveled a cool gaze at the people who engineered his expulsion from the Order. "Chancellor Palpatine, senators." Obi-Wan spoke in a serene voice. "Some of the accusations leveled at me by members of the Jedi Council are true. It was more than a decade ago on a peacekeeping mission to Mandalore that I met a wonderful woman I fell in love with, and thus I broke the Council's rules and traditions, even if I didn't act on my emotions at that time. Yet this war brought me back to Mandalore, where I met Satine once again. As it turned out, during our long separation, my feelings hadn't withered and died as should happen to a good Jedi. I found them stronger than ever when I saw Satine again. She still held her convictions of a peaceful world and didn't waver no matter what the galaxy threw her way. How could I not love such a woman?" A fond smile appeared on Obi-Wan's face. As we struggled to find a solution to the escalating Dead Watch crisis, we grew closer and reached the conclusion we wished to spend the rest of our lives together. I knew the possible consequences of that choice, and I do not regret it. Obi-Wan looked straight at his accusers. In fact, now as a married man, I found out that some of the Council's rules' fears are unwarranted. My love for Satine, my emotions, they haven't brought me closer to the dark side. Instead, they made me a better man. What I find dangerous is how the Jedi Order keeps denying that its members feel emotions. How they fail to teach. Know how we failed to teach our Padawans how to deal with their emotions. That's something I'm guilty of, and I'm sure that this failure played no small part in the actions of my former Padawan, Knight Anakin Skywalker. While he is responsible for his actions, at least a part of the blame rests squarely on my shoulders and on the failure of the Jedi Order to properly prepare him for the real world outside the temple's walls. There was no Sith plot, senators at least as far as Skywalker is concerned. That gave the Senate some food for thought. On the plus side, I wondered how long it would be before Obi-Wan and Satine were approached by someone wishing to turn their marriage into a holodrama or something. "I can see you actually believe what you say, Obi-Wan." Piel nodded sadly. "It might even be true in the short term. However, what would happen if something happens to your wife?" The Jedi Master raised his hands in a placating gesture. "Not that I wish the Duchess anything but the best. Yet accidents happen. Dooku and his Confederacy happen, as we saw with tragedy that truck Senator Amidala." Piel stared Kenobi. "What will you do if your wife is injured by enemy action or even killed? How long would it be before you seek vengeance and fall to the dark side? How long after that before you turn into a danger to all you believe in right now? That's why the dark side is so dangerous. Not many embrace it just because they want power, well, unless they're Sith. It happens for vengeance, from fear or anger. Vengeance, you say? Obi-Wan smiled. I can answer that question. The night we married, he took and squeezed Satine's hand. A Confederacy fleet led by Grievous attacked Mandalore. At the same time, Death Watch executed simultaneous strikes all over the planet. Satine and I were nearly killed in the orbital strike. Satine's sister was grievously wounded while fending off an assassination team that infiltrated our home. Good reasons for fear and anger. A good reason for vengeance, right? Obi-Wan practically radiated serenity at that moment. Even a Force-blind person could sense that. I was sure of it. Look at me and tell me, do you feel the taint of the dark side upon me? After all, I did confront Grievous on Mandalore and killed him in combat. Yet it wasn't for vengeance. It was for justice. For everyone he murdered on Mandalore and across the Republic since the war began. And do you know why I choose no to seek vengeance? Not to feed the dark side, even if it was tempting after the attacks. Piel and Teen simply stared back in disbelief. It was because of Satine, because I knew that if I let myself under the sway of the dark side, I would cease to be the man who she loves. Being in love isn't something to fear or a path to the dark side. It's a way to keep yourself from falling when the goings get though. I believe this answers your questions. Obi-Wan sent a glare at the Jedi and took a step back. Indeed, General Kenobi, while I might not be an expert, I've read about the Dark Jedi and Sith, especially after General Vale first appeared. You certainly don't look or act as one. I'm sure that Master Yoda can confirm that too. In the light General Kenobi walks. Yoda rumbled. I'll admit I found myself in a few situations that offered me certain opportunities, and I did do my best to take advantage of what happened. I stepped forward and continued my defense. I was the right man at the right place during the dastardly attacks on Coruscant. I'm an experienced military leader, and it was obviously that with GAR command and control disrupted, someone needed to take charge. I not only had the rank for it, but the necessary experience to do the job better than most. Perhaps I should have left the Jedi fend for themselves. That would have allowed me to reach the Senate sooner, though it's anyone's guess if such a thing would have changed events that transpired in this very chamber. I shrugged. I have to admit something. I did have different motives than simply aiding the Jedi when I led a relief force to the temple. That admission caused a stir. At least a score of senators shouted, in either approval or disapproval. Before Piel or Teen could interrupt me, I forged on. My motives were driven by fear. I was a Sith who found himself in command of all Republic troops on and near Coruscant. I was afraid what the reaction would be, both among the Jedi and the public, if I didn't do my best to relieve the Jedi Temple, no matter that it might not have been the best tactical or strategic option. After all, most Jedi, even the Padawan, are always armed, both with their lightsabers and the Force, and they're trained how to use those weapons. The same couldn't be said for the thousands of senators in this building. Take that. I could play the blaming game too. This time, the senators were quite pissed off, and Ameda had his hands full in restoring order. The Jedi were suddenly less popular than they were just a few moments ago. That earned me deadly glares by Teen and Piel, while Yoda had slumped over his cane and shook his head. Even Obi-Wan wasn't too pleased with where I led the conversation. On another downside, I was sure I was making Palpy's evening. Now that we can hear ourselves, think. Palpatine spoke after Ameda was somewhat successful in quelling the senators. You'll have opportunity to ask General Vale questions once he finishes answering the Jedi's and Senator Silvaris's accusations. I hope that we can do this tonight instead of needing another recess to calm down. The Chancellor looked like a grandfather scolding his unruly grandchildren. Damn it, the man was good at this job. Thank you, Chancellor. I nodded at Palpy and returned my attention to the conservative Jedi. While on the topic of the attack on the temple, of course I took Arya under my wing. The poor girl, and I don't use those words lightly, is as much a victim as any senator, Jedi, civilian or military, who died during the Confederacy terror attacks here or on Naboo. What some of you probably don't know, and other obviously didn't bother finding out, I gave Teen and Piel a pointed glare, is one simple fact. Arya Astra is a clone created just weeks before the attacks. She got some rudimentary training, was told that the Jedi and the Republic were the evil enemy, and then sent here to die. Emotionally, she was a child at the time, one turned into a weapon by the monsters who run the Confederacy. Yet, these honorable Jedi would have held her accountable for things beyond her control or understanding. All Arya knew was how to fight and who her enemy was supposed to be. I paused and pointed at the Jedi Masters. Those two and their supporters would have seen Arya imprisoned because she was a victim. They wouldn't have known how to help her deal with what she did during the attack on the temple, even if they somehow figured that she needed help in the first place. You heard them. Emotions have to be disregarded and ignored. All that would have achieved would be to either destroy Arya or bring her deeper in the clutches of the dark side. We heard this tale before. There is no way back from the dark, and your apprentice was already a dark Jedi when she led the attack. She's nothing more than a rabid weapon who needs to be kept away for the safety of us all. Teen declared, and I smiled at him. A rabid weapon, is she? Chancellor, if I may? I pulled a datapad I had attached to my belt and floated it right into Palpatine's hands. I'm sure that without verification or coming from me, some people won't believe that report. It will be my pleasure, General. Palpatine snatched the datapad a bit too hastily and began reading. Then he made a call to GARHQ for verification. This report cites the actions of one Arya Astra, a brevet commander serving in the Mandalore Theatre of Operations after Grievous attacked. She is recommended for Medal of Valor during the operation that saw the termination of Pre Vizsla, the leader of the Death Watch. The recommendation was made from Commander Nina, the leader of the Commando Omega Squad. Palpatine cleared his throat and began to read. The reasons given. Commander Arya Astra went beyond the call of duty and risked her life to ensure the successful rescue of teenage girl taken hostage by the Death Watch. Commander Astra's actions resulted in the neutralization of all enemy elements in the AO and the rescue of one Mira Ordo, age 14, who had been rigged with various explosives. As a consequence of her actions, Commander Astra was grievously wounded and is still in recovery. She knowingly and without flinching took a course of action she knew would lead to serious injury of her person or even her death to ensure the safe recovery of the hostage and successful neutralization all enemy combatants without risk for her subordinates. As per policy, the full text of the recommendation will be made public because it holds no classified information about the incident in question. I don't know about you, but those don't sound like the actions of a deranged lunatic or an out-of-control weapon which happens to be danger for others. Teen and Piel looked at each other but declined to comment. I would have loved if they accused us of fabricating the report. What happened was all over Mandalore, and one of the primary reasons why Omega Squad kinda adopted my apprentice as an honorable member or something. Next, the topic that began all of this. I made a dismissive gesture. My sabotaged mission to Mandalore. My dear senators, it was obvious to everyone with eyes to see that there were people within the Republic government, perhaps even this very building, who wanted me to fail and did their best to ensure it. I was very pointedly staring at Sylvaris. Oh, I had no idea if she had anything to do with it, but right now it didn't matter. As it has been pointed out, I'm a man out of my time. Someone who just in the last few weeks found his place in this strange new galaxy. Despite that known fact, I was sent to negotiate an alliance with the Mandalorian people. While I once had many good friends among them and still was familiar with Mandalorian culture, my knowledge has been outdated, a lot. Nevertheless, I was sent to negotiate an alliance with no diplomatic assistance. Even the Republic's ambassador to Mandalore was recalled and left before I reached Mandalore. My only support was Obi-Wan Kenobi and his fortunate personal connection with Duchess Satine. And let's be honest, instead of discharging his duties as a Republic general, Obi-Wan was sent with me not to assist me in my mission, but to watch me because of the fears of certain Jedi Masters. I took a deep breath and let a bit of my anger show. What I was given were contingency orders, that if an alliance with the Mandalorians couldn't be secured, that I was to neutralize any potential threat that Mandalore could pose for the Republic. Orders that Chancellor Palpatine was pressured into issuing by members of this very Senate. Now I was playing a very dangerous game. My announcement ignited the chambers. Those who were glad that the Republic had gained a potentially useful ally were screaming at their colleagues who wanted Mandalore dealt with. This was getting quite old, and this time Ameda had little success in making the senators behave as grown-ups. "Enough," I shouted by lacing my voice with the Force. For a moment I was surrounded by an aura made by dark side energy that made the chamber live with shadows before I reined in my temper. Teen and Piel had Push's Silverus behind them and had their hands on the hilts of their lightsabers. The Jedi Masters were glaring at me coldly and appeared ready to pounce at me. Great. The last thing I needed was to start a fight in the middle of the Senate chamber. At least doing so would be a brutally simple way to solve the whole Jedi issue, especially if I was the one attacked. Of course, no matter how tempting it was, I couldn't afford to do it. The crippling consequences would be too much for the Republic to handle right now. At least I got the Senator's attention. For those who are paying attention, that's what a Sith Lord looks like. I can assure you, neither Obi-Wan nor my apprentices are Sith. I know from experience what it means to deal with many Sith, most of whom are inevitably slaves of the dark side. That's a headache that I would go to a lot of lengths to avoid. In fact, it was one of the primary reasons why I offered my services to the Republic once I figured out when and where I was and what was the galactic situation. I exhaled slowly and did my best to keep my anger in check. Now, where was I? Yeah, my mission to Mandalore. I looked at Bo and smiled fondly, and my wife. I sent a glare at my accusers, then ignored them and turned to look at the subdued Senate chamber. After meeting Duchess Satine and her Prime Minister, the situation on the ground became painfully clear. The Death Watch had been gaining more and more members, most of them warriors who wanted to experience honorable combat in this war we're all fighting. They trusted Vizsla, believed him and his Confederate masters that a lot of the atrocities performed by the CIS were thanks to either rogue elements, accidents during the fighting, or Republic propaganda. Given our shared history, a lot of Mandalorians believed Death Watch's version of events. That put me in an unpleasant position. My orders were to secure Mandalore as an ally, yet, if I acted on them, the best I could hope for given the situation was to help ignite a civil war between Satine's supporters and Death Watch. A war that would have inevitably led to Republic and Confederate involvement as both sides came to aid their allies on the ground. Those were the options I had. Either burn Mandalore to the ground to make sure it would not be a threat to the Republic, or engineer an alliance with Satine's government that would have led to a civil war, because Death Watch's leadership were Confederate creatures. I could do nothing more. Couldn't make another choice. Not as a Republic general. However, then I was presented with another option. I paused and looked at my wife, then at Satine. It's been some time before there has been someone worthy enough to be chosen as Mandalore. Yet risking the wrath of this Senate and my position within the Republic Army by taking a long shot was the best option I could find to prevent seeing another world burn. So I took it. In hindsight, it's obvious Pre Vizsla wasn't confident in his chances when he decided to try for the position too. We know what happened next. Death Watch and the Confederacy executed a sneak attack aimed to remove Satine's government and assassinate me. That happened the same night I married my wife, mere hours after we gave each other our vows, in fact. It was in the aftermath of that devastating attack that the surviving Mandalorian clan leaders chose me to lead our people in the war against the Confederacy and decided to grant me the title of Mandalore. I sighed. I didn't do it to gain additional power. In fact, by becoming Mandalore, I gave up a tremendous amount of power. Before making this choice, I was secure in the position that gave me command of all Republic combat units. I was one of the most powerful beings in this galaxy, right behind Chancellor Palpatine and Count Dooku, thanks to his position as Commander-in-Chief of the Confederacy. I was aware that once I came back to Coruscant, I would be forced to give up my position as Supreme Commander of the Field Forces, perhaps even ordered to resign from the Republic military altogether. Despite that, I chose to become Mandalore because I believed that it was the right thing to do. I smiled at my wife, then turned my gaze upon the Jedi Masters and let the dark side flow through me. The surrounding temperature fell and shadows gathered around me. Speaking about wives, you dare a lot, Jedi. I hissed in a tone dripping venom. I was married once before. From where I stand, it's been just a few short years since my first wife, Ashara Zevos, was murdered. She was a Jedi, you know, one who never left the light, never ever thought about becoming a Sith or even a Dark Jedi. Yet she was assassinated by Old Republic Special Forces, led by members of that era's Jedi Order. In an era where no Sith dared marry for love in fear of retaliation, I did it. I married a Jedi because I fell in love with her, no matter how many better options I had to enhance my standing within the Empire. I find it infuriating that you dare stand here and even insinuate that the only reason I married my beau was so I could have an easier time becoming Mandalore. I snapped. My wife took my hand and shook her head. I closed my eyes and reined in my temper. The dark side receded, and I could feel the senators taking a collective breath of relief. "I'll better take this, dear." Beau smiled fondly at me, and her eyes shinned with determination. "I'm a proud Mandalorian warrior, marrying just for politics. That very accusation spits on our very culture." My wife's voice rang through the chamber. Was the situation we found ourselves in play a part in our decision to marry? "Yes," she declared proudly. "It decided the timing. I personally would have enjoying a longer courtship. But things like that are for time of peace, not one of strife and war. My husband and I fought beside each other on Ryloth. We took each other's measure and both liked what we saw. We were attracted to each other ever since then, but the war separated us and we went our own ways. Then, months later, we met again in Sundari and had to fight together again when Death Watch agents tried to assassinate my husband and thus not only strike a blow against the Republic, but destroy any chance of alliance between our people. We reconnected in the aftermath of that attack, grew closer. The only thing that my husband's decision to seek the title of Mandalore did was prompt us to marry sooner." Beau's lips turned into a proud smile. "As far as that other Jedi my husband supposedly tried to corrupt, I have to take the blame for that accident." Well, now my dear wife had everyone's attention. I'm aware he was attracted to Master Shak Ti, who reminded him of his deceased wife. He admitted that much. It was also obvious that Delcatar wasn't sure if he liked her because who she was or because of how much the Jedi was like Ashara. It is also true that he had sex with Master T once, before the situation on Geonosis was resolved and he had to come to Mandalore. Beau's smile widened. If anything, my knowledge of his encounter with the Jedi Master played a bigger part in my decision to marry him sooner rather than later compared to any political consideration. If things have turned differently, my husband might have pursued a serious relationship with Master Tai. Personally, I'm glad he didn't, and quite pleased that he chose to marry me instead of a powerful Jedi. Thank you. All I would say about my tryst with Master Shak Tai is that I'm sorry. Sorry that I couldn't end things between us on a better tone, and that events conspired so that informing her about my marriage in person didn't happen. However, I'm not sure what Master Tai expected, and even if she wanted a serious relationship. She is a Jedi Master, and as Masters Tien and PL pointed out, emotional entanglements are forbidden. As far as I know, sleeping with each other on a single occasion doesn't break that rule. And even if Master Tai has been ready to pursue a serious relationship with me, the sad truth is that what my wife told you is correct. I still can't tell you if I was attracted to Shak Tai because of the wonderful person I believe her to be, or because of how much she reminds me of my first wife. There could have been no healthy relationship until I had made my mind about that, and I have no idea when or if I could do so. I looked back at the senators. At least some were enjoying the free soap opera, while others looked disturbed from my demonstration of the dark side. Criffet, I should have kept a better lid over my temper. There was a cold, politically motivated calculation about my relationships. However, it wasn't about my marriage with Beau. In fact, at the time I had no idea if we would have a chance to meet again before the war was over. No, my concerns were about Master Shak Tai and how the Jedi Council would have reacted if I decided to pursue a relationship despite my misgivings. I was on the opinion that doing so at the time would have been a mistake that would lead to something like what's happening today. The biggest difference would be that Shak Ti would have been expelled just like Obi-Wan Kenobi, perhaps even attacked by overzealous Jedi who believed her fallen to the dark side and becoming a Sith herself. I deemed the potential consequences too dire and decided not to pursue anything but a potential friendship with Master Tai. I shrugged. Then I went on my mission to Mandalore, and as they say, the rest is history. Well, I for one am very glad that things turned as they did. Bo winked at me. This is a heartening story, General Vale. Was that a false tear in Palpatine's eye? I believe that our good general has answered all accusations leveled at him in more than satisfactory manner. As for his intentions, his actions speak for themselves. He pointed out the truth. If General Vale was a Sith out for power, he would have never done a thing to jeopardize his position as Supreme Commander Field Forces. He would have seen Mandalore burn to guarantee his support in the Senate. What I personally find disturbing is that members of the Jedi Order, Jedi Masters no less, decided it would be a good idea to throw such accusations without proof, much less thinking things through. Palpatine leveled a severe look at Tien and PL. Your timing couldn't be worse. In less than 2 months, the Separatists will be in a position to unleash an offensive that will make the war so far pale in comparison. Unfortunately, the reality of capital shipbuild times means that they will have completed their build cycles from when the war began very soon, and before all the Venators we laid down could be finished. For 2 to 3 months, our enemy will have a great advantage in material we will find hard to overcome. Right now, when the whole Republic and her allies should be standing together, united and prepare for the coming storm, you, my fellow senators and Jedi, are doing your best to divide us. I hope for all our sakes that you didn't succeed. While Bo and I were finishing our little presentation and Palpy was talking, the Senate was growing noisier and noisier. Now it exploded with questions and demands. Before the commotion could grow too loud, Palpatine was able to make public the preliminary intelligence report for expected increase on CIS combat strength in the coming months. Then the senators went mad. 120th Chapter 30, Part 4. Phase 30, A Different Galaxy. RK equals. Part 4, Mandalorian Embassy, Ambassador's Suite, Coruscant. Did you have to practically blame everything on the Jedi? Obi-Wan grumbled from the couch where he was sitting with his wife resting her feet in his lap. I got the better if more distracting deal, relaxing in a comfortable armchair with Bo cuddled in my lap. Before we married and I got to know her better, something that was still an ongoing process, I wouldn't have put my wife for one loving to cuddle. She shifted to get a better look at Kenobi, knowing how it made me feel, and grinned. Well, the Jedi are to blame. Bo smirked. I know some of them are still your friends, Obi. However, we needed someone else to take the blame for, well, everything. It will make getting what we need, so Mandalore could recover easier, and that isn't a trivial concern. Satine glanced at her husband. Don't stop, please. Yes, dear. Kenobi sighed and continued to massage her feet. I bit off a snigger, but not good enough, and earned myself a soft poke in the ribs. You know they'll be causing us all a lot of trouble, don't you, Obi-Wan? My wife asked. The longer they waste dealing with inquiries and answering questions, the better we'll be. Ideally, the Conservatives will be too busy defending their position for long enough so Yoda could find a solution that doesn't blow in everyone's faces, I said. Do you really believe that, after today? Bo stretched and rested her head on my shoulder. I breathed the floral scent of her hair and relaxed. I hope so. Otherwise, sooner or later, we'll have to deal with the Conservatives after they do something very stupid. They've been keeping things within the law so far. Obi-Wan sounded like he was trying to convince himself that such a state of affairs would continue. Yes, and tonight they failed miserably. Instead of Del-Katar being sacked and kicked out of the military, it's the Jedi who will have to answer some pointed questions. Satine pointed out, You two know them better than me. Will they simply concede defeat and go minding their own business in the temple? Not likely. There's this big bad Sith around. They have to stop before he corrupts any more maidens. Bo poked me in the chest. My dear wife is right, and you know it, Obi-Wan. If you believed I was up to destroy the Order and turn the Republic into the Sith Empire's newest edition, would you be prevented from acting just because you've got no more legal ways to stop me? I asked. You've practically destroyed the Order without doing anything, Kenobi grumbled. Not fair. I actually tried to save some Jedi. Will, it was mostly Ahsoka. The rest were just to save face and not be accused that I gleefully left them to die. Close enough. While I didn't consider the Jedi of this era my enemies, at least before the Conservatives began making trouble, there are just a few of you I care about. The rest aren't my problem unless they make themselves one. You should have known it by now. No good deed goes unpunished, Satine quipped. Hey, I'm a Sith. My good deeds are long and far between. That's so reassuring. Obi-Wan shook his head in exasperation. Cheer up, buddy. We won't be dealing with the Senate tomorrow. Not any time soon either, if we had a bit of luck left. I told Obi-Wan, the Chancellor can have them all. On that we can agree. Kenobi grimaced. I'm sure he was thinking about the riot that began after Palpatine made his abrupt revelation of the intel reports. That's how tonight's session ended, with another recess until tomorrow so everyone could calm down. Before we separated, Palpatine told us he was sure he could tie up both the conservative Jedi and Silverus's allies in the Senate with endless inquiries. I was actually hoping that he'll succeed, and wasn't that a weird idea? Then there was the fun some poor sods in intel were going to have briefing the Senate. It was one thing to know that the enemy will be starting a new offensive soon. It was something quite different to know that the CIS would be outnumbering us by the equivalent of multiple whole sector fleets, and we were in no position to meaningfully disrupt their build-up. That was a sad state of affairs, and our esteemed senators had no one but themselves to blame for it. Have you thought what to say to Snips? I changed the topic. Obi-Wan groaned. Ahsoka deserves better. She shouldn't be paying for my choices or Anakin's mistakes. That she does, I nodded. What's the deal with the kid? My wife asked. Well, she's an energetic little thing that grows on you, like a mold. I shrugged. You'll like her. A mold? Seriously? Obi-Wan deadpanned. I'm not sure the pun translates well in basic. I shrugged. Anyway, Snips. She won't be going to the Agri Corps, I'm sure of that, Obi-Wan declared. Duh. While I haven't known her as long as you, that much is obvious. Even if she does, Snips won't last a week there before she grows too bored and seeks something else, I declared. The Conservatives will make it an issue. Unless she's expelled as long as Ahsoka is a minor, the Jedi Council has legal authority over her, Obi-Wan said. They really don't want to go there, conscripting child soldiers to fight their battles. The media will eat them alive even before the public and Senate can get a piece of the fun. I hook my head. What's your point? Did those two Jedi Masters look like they would be stopped by such a minor consideration? Satine asked. Well, they acted a bit more reasonable than I expected. Very foolish in hindsight, but I'll chalk that to the fact that they still hope for a legal resolution. I shrugged. What do you mean? Obi-Wan asked. Unless they're ready to stop soon, your conservative friends will have a little recourse, but to escalate things. In that case, it would have been more prudent to level their accusations and try taking out Del-Qatar at the same time. That way, they would have gotten their narrative out first, and he wouldn't be around to protest. Oh, don't look at me like that. I didn't say that it would be a good idea. I can see that the Army and Navy would consider something like that treason and would act no matter if Mandalore was still around or not. Now, however, the Conservatives would be completing their political suicide if they act against Del-Qatar. After tonight, there's no chance that they'll gather enough support to survive any violent adventure, Satine explained. I'm afraid that they might do it anyway, and we'll be left to pick the pieces. Don't you find it hilarious? I'm a Sith, and right now I'm trying to figure out how to stop the Jedi, so they won't criff themselves up once and for all. I chuckled. The irony isn't lost on me. I just don't find this mess funny in any way, shape, or form. Obi-Wan grumbled. He looked at the small caf table between us. His comm unit rested there along with his lightsaber. He called the communication device using the Force and made called Ahsoka. We chatted idly until the call could go through to Snips. Master Kenobi, I'm glad to see you again, Ahsoka exclaimed. From what I could see of her holographic image, which was her back, she appeared to be holding up better than this afternoon. Ahsoka, it's good to see you're a bit calmer. Obi-Wan greeted her. How are you? Better. Ahsoka paused. I think... Snips, have you decided what you want to do? I asked aloud. General Vale? Good evening, sir. All I know is I don't want to go to the Agri-Corps. I don't want to leave Rex and the other to fight alone. It doesn't feel right, Ahsoka informed us. You can cut off the formality. It's Juts and our wives here. Ah, thank you. It's good to hear from you, Del Qatar. Ahsoka relaxed a bit. Well, she has the right idea. Bo perked up. If your Republic types are too dumb to keep her, is she's really a decent commander, we might pick her up. I haven't thought about that. I smirked at Kenobi and Satine. I'm quite busy with being Mandalore and all that. But how about you, Obi-Wan? Do you fancy getting a kid and teaching her all about being Mandalorian? Training her in the Force, too? I nodded at Ahsoka's hologram. Well, she was my Padawan. I see no issues with continuing her training. Obi-Wan said after thinking for a few seconds. What are you two talking about? Snips asked. Hi there, Ahsoka. I'm Bo-Katan, our resident Sith's much better-looking half. Adopting kids is a long-honored Mandalorian tradition. You know, looking after them, teaching them all about what it means to be a proper Mandalorian. My wife gave her sister a pointed look at that. Training them as warriors. I'm sure Del Qatar here can call in a favor or two and have that Rex of yours and his buddies assigned as a part of his new command. As a Mandalorian, you can volunteer for the unit too, and I'm sure my husband would be glad to have you on board. That's not something I expected. Ahsoka frowned. I don't know what to do. Her shoulders slumped. It's your call. Just know that whatever you decide, our door is open. You have options, I added. I'm not sure about becoming a Mandalorian. Ahsoka sighed. Do I have to? Can't I just, I don't know, enlist or something? That's an option too. Just don't expect to be sent back to the front immediately. It might actually be for the best if you go through a military academy. There are a lot of things they could teach you. In the end, there's more to being an officer than leading soldiers in combat and being a good tactician. I gave her my 2 credits. I'll talk with Rex and the boys. But do you really think I need to waste time in an academy? Ahsoka pouted. It will be useful. Your call. I shrugged. Can I be under your command alongside Rex and the boys if I go to the academy first? Ahsoka asked. I don't see why not. I'll be requesting the 501st as a part of my ground forces. I confirmed. That's good. I guess. Ahsoka gave us a nervous smile. I would like to go enlist. Would it be possible to continue my Jedi training even if I'm no longer a part of the Order? Of course, we might not call it Jedi training because doing so might send the conservative Jedi ballistic when we don't need further complications on that front. What do you think, Obi-Wan? I'm not training Sith even in name only. Kenobi narrowed his eyes in my direction. Republic Knights? Something in that vein, perhaps? Satine suggested. Mandalorian Knights if one of you begins training our people. I don't know about your Republic types, Bo said. What do you think, Snips? Fancy being a Knight of the Republic? I asked the Padawan. It doesn't sound too bad. Ahsoka looked thoughtful. I'll be enlisting. She straightened up and gave us a determined look. Good for you. I'll be in meetings with Valentra and other high-ranking officers tomorrow. I'll ask around and find you the best military academy in the Republic. I'm sure that a recommendation from Obi-Wan and me will bet you in. Is that proper? Ahsoka's cute frown was back. It's the least I can do. When all is said and done, my very presence is responsible for the current unpleasantries with the Order. Call it balancing things around. Thank you all. Ahsoka perked up and gave us a huge smile. Equals RK equals. Confederate Military Headquarters, Raxilon City, Raxus, Outer Rim Territories. Even if they did a good work, the highest-ranking Confederate officers were getting quite restless from being cooped up in the sealed conference room for most of the last few days. All of them were getting quite irritable, but that was a small price to pay in order to keep spies away from what they were doing. The simple but by no means easy part of their current task was more or less complete. They had made plans for overhauling the C&C structure of the Confederate military, and most, if not all less than competent people playing at being officers were going to either be sacked, reassigned to where they could do no real damage, or in some special cases investigated and placed in front of military tribunal for either incompetence or corruption. It was harder finding enough competent people to fill up the fresh vacancies, much less to command the new construction that was coming online almost daily. No matter the misgivings of Trench and his colleagues, they were forced to entrust a significant portion of the fleets to tactical and super-tactical droids. The new programming implemented by Techno-Union scientists did make the machines reasonably competent, at least during limited engagements. That was at least one thing that Dooku did right lately. As one of his last acts before his removal, the Sith authorized a series of probing strikes against Republic positions in and around Kamino's sector, led almost exclusively by droids with the new updates. All of the machines showed increased tactical aptitude, with a few going far beyond all expectation, and one decisively. Most notable was a single tactical droid that ended up capturing a pair of Venators. Trench dismissed those thoughts. No matter how uneasy making the war droids smarter made him feel, it was inevitable. In retrospect, the CIS military wasn't built to fight the clone army. Oh, the droids and fleet did well enough until the Republic began to field some new hardware in numbers. The Admiral had read the reports from Geonosis multiple times, both from space and the ground, which led him to make some less than pleasing conclusions. The Republic war machine was evolving, and if the Confederacy was to win, they had to not only match, but surpass it. Unless he and his colleagues managed to win the war in the next few months. That was the main reason why they were still in that blasted room. The Admiral sipped his drink and scanned his colleagues. It was a second day they were arguing about what to do with all the new construction that was becoming available. It was thanks to the officers' impasse that today they had guest from the Confederate Council, Cleo Vombra, who had deemed the proceedings important enough to be separated from overseeing the CISR&D programs. The Techno-Union's leader was the closest thing the new political leadership of the Confederacy had to a military expert. Rumor had it that Vombra had been neck-deep in weapon development for decades. Hopefully the cyborg wasn't totally clueless. For the past half hour, the officers were explaining their major problem. They were divided between two competing strategic ideas. The admirals were pushing for more conservative and realistic goals, while the generals wanted to use the significant material advantage the Confederacy would enjoy over the next few months to end the war in one swift, devastating campaign. "It's tempting, General Farstar," the cyborg said. "Very tempting. When Thin's conflict began, we all counted on a victory in mere months. The existence of the clone army came as a huge shock for us all. While it is unlikely that the Republic has any more such surprises for us, we can't discount it. A strike at Coruscant can end this in a single blow. We'll have the numbers to break through," General Durd exclaimed. "With my new weapon, we'll crush the Republic on the ground. All we need is for the Navy to keep the orbitals neutral, and we can deliver you any Republic world, even Coruscant. If we go for the capital, the Republic will throw everything they have at us. They'll have control of most core hyperlanes, allowing them to move forces faster than us. If they manage to cut off our attack fleet at Coruscant, it would be a disaster," Trench stated. "It's true that we'll have the numbers to both break through, secure our line of retreat, and deliver a devastating blow to Coruscant, while tying up as much of the Republic Navy as possible with spoiling attacks. In theory, Coruscant has heavy defenses, redundant planetary shields, and many theater ones. This time around, we can't count on commando forces to give us any meaningful advantage. The Sith and their Terra Pudo blew up that opportunity. We'll have to break through multiple heavy defended systems while the Republic scrambles to move in reinforcements and their reserves." Tonith spoke. "While such a plan has merit, the dangers are too great. Its main flaw is the all-or-nothing nature. We won't have the forces to both take Coruscant and either capture or eliminate the Republic's leadership and hit enough of their industrial centers to matter. Even if everything goes as planned, we break through the enemy defenses and secure their capital, even if we take out both the Chancellor and Senate. What happens if the Republic doesn't capitulate? If they continue to fight?" Trench looked at the cyborg. "We would have spent a large percentage of our fleets for nothing and be left dealing with a Republic Navy that would be reinforced by a large numbers of Venators. Our optimistic projections are that if the strike at Coruscant fails, there are 60% chance we'll lose the war in the next year, 75 in the one after that, and over 90 that will suffer a military collapse in 3 years." Admiral Kirst spoke for the first time today. If we destroy less of the Republic Navy than estimated before their Venators are complete, the numbers look much worse. I see. Vombra turned to look at Trench. The less risky proposition is your idea, I understand, Admiral. The cyborg stated. Convince me that it's the better idea. I'll do my best, sir. Trench moved his hands over the terminal built in front of his seat and called up a map of the galaxy, updated with the territory held by both sides. He pressed a button and a dozen star systems lit up. As you all know, prior to the Wear, an extraordinarily large part of the infrastructure needed for building capital ships was concentrated in 3 systems: Kuat, Corellia, and Fondor. We are controlling only the last one, and unfortunately, Corellians sided with the Republic after the Sith's actions outraged their leaders. That by itself gives the enemy a significant industrial advantage, one that will prove fatal in the fullness of time. The Admiral waved at the other lit-up systems, which were all currently under Republic control. At a minimum, we need to significantly reduce either Corellia or Kuat. A tall order, but a necessary one. Further, the Republic is still dependent on their clones for the bulk of the military personnel. Even with all incentives there are giving for those enlisting and their ceaseless propaganda campaigns, it will be months before they could field ordinary citizens as soldiers, much longer for properly trained Navy personnel. Camino has to go. Neutralizing that world will give us a significant mid-term advantage once we've managed to kill off enough of their exiting clones. The morale effects shouldn't be underestimated. Without a source of expendable soldiers, we believe that the Republic might become much more sensitive to losses, especially on the ground where our droid armies give us a significant advantage in that regard. Further, the clones had spent 10 years in intensive training. They're much better and effective than anything the Republic could train in the middle of this war. As the clone numbers diminish, so will the combat strength of the enemy formations. That makes sense, Vombra noted. What about those other systems? I recognize them all, major shipyards of various capacity the Republic has been expanding. Indeed, sir. We need to raid as many of them as possible and destroy their infrastructure. However, my plan calls for the capture of these. The coloring of the systems closest to Confederate space changed their color among other things. While largely neutralizing the Republic's economic and industrial advantage is our primary goal, my plan has 2 almost as important secondary objectives. As you can see, our territory is divided in 4 major parts. We'll use our numerical advantage to change that. Trench pointed at the northwestern part of the map. First, we'll dedicate a sector fleet strength formation to secure our rear in that region. Second, we close the pocket between Kira and Naboo. That will require us to capture only 2 systems, Naboo and Kalindra, which will be an opportunity to destroy the Republic Navy elements, quarantining and protecting the Chancellor's homeworld. Then we'll move in forces to finally Malastare and reduce that pocket. The Admiral shifted the map north. Once Naboo is secure, we'll move on Rindalia, Khalida Shoals and Trigals, cutting off this pocket of Republic territory. The enemy won't possess significant naval forces there once we've smashed the detachments securing the hyperlanes. We can blockade the whole area easy and leave them to die on the vine. Then Trench pointed to the east. As a part of the offensive aimed at Naboo, we'll secure Hadessia and Randor in a preparation for a strike at Rhodia and Christophsis. With those 2 systems are in our hands, the galactic south will be almost secure. Trench pointed to the north. Another offensive will take Foles, Chandan and Tinna, linking our territories here and finishing sewing up this whole part of the galaxy. If all offensives are successful, Camino could be left for latter to reduce, but I'll advise against that. While we'll do our best to isolate the whole western and southern regions of the galaxy from the Republic, we can't guarantee a success in closing all hyperlanes, not without sending troops better used elsewhere. No matter the final outcome, those are offensives we'll have to launch in order to tie up and reduce the Republic Navy in that part of the galaxy. The Admiral took a sip of his drink and waited for his words to sink in. The cyborg studied the map for a few minutes before asking any questions. Am I to presume you'll want to secure our borders in the galactic southeast along Hutt territory? Vombra asked. Indeed. Limited offensive to deny the Republic, the hyperlanes should be sufficient. We can leave the rest for the Hutts. They should be able to at least tie up the local garrisons so we don't waste time and resources on reducing the Republic presence there. It's on the edge of the core, north and northeast, we'll have issues. Finally, reducing that pocket will be our priority. Trench pointed at the far northeastern corner of the galaxy. Once that's done, it will free some additional assets for the primary campaign. Securing Pindar and goes without saying, and then we'll have to make some important decisions. Trench pointed at the inner rim and core worlds. Corellia, Vombra stated, it's relatively close to Fondor, where most of our capital ships are constructed. While we'll have at least twice the numbers in the northeast, most of them will be munificence. Not ideal for heavy fighting. Correct. We plan to hit the Republic across that whole sector before we launch our main offensives against Corellia. If we're lucky, they'll redeploy some of their reserves there, making our initial push easier. We plan to use lighter forces to clean up the way and 2 sector fleet equivalents heavy on capital ships for the hammer blow. Another smaller formation will leave earlier, taking the long way. It will hit Angara and Cham before making its way to Corellia too. Days before that operation begins, we'll strike all across the front in the north and east. The primary objective there is destroying as much as possible of the Republic Navy and gaining better jump-off points for following offensives. Even if our secondary objectives are partially successful, we would be in a much better position to fight a prolonged war. The Techno-Union leader gazed at the map before nodding slowly. Admiral, I find this plan more reasonable than a dash towards Coruscant. I want to work on it and be ready to present it to the Council as soon as possible. AN. This is a rough map on the planned CIS offensive. It's the best galaxy map of the Clone Wars era I could find, and the CIS territories are about almost a fourth larger on average than shown, though it's a good enough approximation. ibb.co/CD FVAQ. Just remove the parentheses and spaces.